Alright, hello and welcome back to Fate Grand Order. Tonight we're going to be continuing climbing the tower from where I last left off. Let's see here. Sabres, huh? Might as well open up with Jason here then, since I might be able to get him by the end. Let's see here. Who are there's Sabres I should bring? I'm not going to be using Gilderay, so we'll just bring him to the side here and someone who's not. There's a lot of low-star assassins, so I might as well use them to fill here. Caster assassin I don't intend to use would be worth it here. Yeah, that's good. Wait, what number is this? Oh, 34. So there might be 2 waves here, but that's perfectly fine, I think. Jason can solo it if he has to. He's, very good at soloing these. Then again, he's max investment to be a bit more weird if he couldn't. Want new protective gear, rust remover, please. Don't think that matters too much, but why not? Sure, we'll do it this way. 1, 2, yeah, 2-hit quick cards is not going to generate much in terms of stars. Might as well get these since Gil's MP doesn't actually do much. It's a self buff that increases his attack, to be fair, pretty good amount actually, but excellent. But it also lowers his defense, and also it doesn't deal damage despite him having a buff that applies to the party that grants up NP. Yeah, you can tell who out of these 3 is really due for an animation update, but since nobody likes him, I don't think he's gonna get one anytime soon, unfortunately. Yeah, increases the party's NP damage. Actually, that's pretty good, 5 turns of Buster effectiveness. Golden rule. Might as well get everyone's NP up best I can. Alright, this should finish off this wave. Yep. Yeah, this will finish it no matter what. And there we go. I guess I can show his NP while we're here. Now that it's really going to be doing much, I guess. Actually, I can do this to help Jason's damage here a bit more. Conquering the sea with friends. Well, I guess I'm going to be doing this. Might as well push his strength as far as I can. That level skill, it's not going to be much, but at least it gives some overcharge to Jason's. There we go. That was actually a lot more than damage I was expecting. Well, I guess his NP does actually buff him a decent amount. It's just that he doesn't really have much of a kit that capitalizes on it. The 3rd skill is good, but like most servants, his 3rd skill was obtained from a rank-up quest. Because basically when the game first launched, most servants only had 2 skills, and only certain ones had 3. And it was quite arbitrary which ones had 3, for that matter. Ooh, riders. Bartholomew Roberts for the obligatory AoE, I say. Yeah, he's always been reliable, so we'll go with him. For single target, I'll bring Ushiwakamaru, because she's a really good single target. He's only 1 star, so his stats are a little lacking if he needs to use basic attacks. And I can't bring an assassin here, but I guess I can bring Boudica. Boudica's MP just gives a defensive buff to everyone as well as an attack buff, which is nice, but Mash also does the same thing unless she's forced to use her VR set. Yeah, it's fine. Here we are. Yeah, Ushi did way more damage than anyone else there. He's gonna charge his pretty easily. Let's see if I can get Ushi's going. Totem Research. Quick Up. Geronimo only has 1 quick card, so Quick Up isn't really doing much of anything for him. In fact, I'm kind of at a loss as to what they were exactly hoping for. Oh, this is a Quick Brave Chain. Actually, this is perfect. Charisma. Voyager of the Storm. Quick Up. Sure, increase MP gain for all quicks. Alright, here we go. Quick Brave Chain from Bartholomew Roberts. Seems you haven't noticed. Here we go. You just can't take too many hits, unfortunately. I guess I can just use a Cure-All to heal everyone a little bit. Sure, we'll have Ushi finish this off here. There we go. Defeat 5 enemy servants. Hello, Mordred. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I forgot to turn on... That reminds me, I forgot to turn on the, chat box here. There we are. Looks a bit silly, but when I tried testing the chat display without the white background behind the text, I found it a bit hard to read depending on what was going on. So I figured making it look a little ugly is a better, so that it's actually legible. Excellent. Alright, next up, Sabres. This should be pretty easy. I have a ton of really good archers. But which one do I choose? Which to choose? Yeah, most of them are actually leveled up here because they're actually quite good. Let's bring Kid Gil as the AoE nuker, and... Am I new? No, I'm not Mordred. I am actually I'm a pure free-to-play player who has been playing since I think about year 2. I first joined in the second Valentine's event, although I do take breaks from the game here and there, so my roster's not perfect by any means. But it does mean I've got quite a bit of appreciation for low-star servants. Speaking of which, let's bring Paris for our single target support. And someone off-class wouldn't be a bad idea. I was thinking it's only at 57, but that was cost, not servant. Yeah, I'm one of those people who only ever summons on banners that specifically have someone on raid up I would like. Now, that's not to say I haven't had some good luck from off-banner. For example, where is he? I did get a Syphilis, for example. I didn't get Arjuna Alter, but I did get a Syphilis, which is good because I want a Syphilis. And I wanted to get Queen Sheba. Yeah, she was, as you can see, she was a Grail target as well. But I did get Abigail while she did, for lack of a better term, spook me while I was going for the Queen here. And she's been very useful there. But yeah, I've only got a handful of 5 stars. Aresh, Karna, Tamalancer. Dang, I've got a lot of really good Lancers. Although I mostly have Grailed Sabres because yeah, I've Grailed, as you can see, Lakshmi Bai and Suzuka Gozen are Grailed, and actually so is Jason. He's just down here because I just used him. I need to fill this out, so let's use someone I won't use anywhere else. Babbage I won't be using anywhere else. Lancer's my worst class? I think my worst class is probably Assassin and Rider. But Rider's only weak in the sense that I actually do have some decent loopers like Surfer, Mordred, and Marie Antoinette. It's just that their attack stats aren't especially high. Alright, so this is 2 waves, so we'll try and get Paris's NP while we're here. Apes for individuality, apes for a different color. Ban apes. For now, the 2 MP5 Lancers. Ellie Chan, Neverrocky. Ellie spooked. Well, at least Ellie's a pretty good one. Or at least that's what it seems like. You'd probably know better than I would. Ellie Chan has never come home for me unless it's one of the event welfares, unfortunately. Ibaraki Lancer is really good, and I'm disappointed that she doesn't have more raid ups, but I guess they have to make I guess they have to abuse limited servants as much as they can, huh? Luckily, this year will be easy on my Saint Cords, aside from Aresh Kagal's return, which I may go for because an NP2 Aresh Kagal would basically make all my AoE Lance needs go away, especially after she gets her buff. But other than that, Castoria is the only one I'm really worried for. I think she gets one more banner, probably. Yeah, I think she has one more, but not very that's about it, unfortunately. Saving for 3,000 Saint Quartz to roll for what I want. Good luck. I've got a bit over 1,000 right now, which is pretty much entirely going to be for Castoria, unless Aresh Kagal takes a bit of it. I'll try to limit myself with my luck on Aresh Kagal's ban. I'll try to resist Aresh Kagal, but if not, well, I'll make sure it doesn't eat too much, because I want to make sure I have at least 1,000 for Castoria, because as you can see, I've got a decent amount of arts servants who would really appreciate Castoria, so fingers crossed. Now, what color is his NP? Quick. Alright, Kid Gil, do this. Paris, use that, please. Weakness detected. Fortunately, I won't be able to take advantage of that, but I can... yeah, that's the strongest, so we'll have Paris hit that one. Wait, what's the overcharge effect? Apply ignore invincible, deal significant weakness. This is not going to hurt the enemy very much because I can't get weakness detected activated on him, but I can at least follow up with Kid Gil's Gate of Babylon, and that should finish this wave. Here we go. Yeah, that was a bit too weak because it didn't have the weakness detected buff. Dang. Only one survived, eh? Well, that won't be for very long. I can tell you that much. Sure, we'll have Paris finish it off with his Brave Chain. You can tell he's an archer because he throws the cute little sheepy at people. Little lambs. The lambs that are definitely totally not aspects of Apollo. Go away, man. Well, at least I got to show off everyone's MP with that one. I'm probably not gonna... Yeah, I may not have too many chances to stream this game since I don't want to do too much of events that are just farm, but... Dang, is this a really good event for it, since it lets me use my entire roster. Lancer time. You know what, since we're going early here, let's go with Aresh Kagal. And she's so strong, I can bring 2 Lancers I don't really use, so we'll bring the Coos. Yeah, she should be able to carry this all by herself. Even at MP1, Aresh Kagal is pretty good. You're at around 1600, 700. Oh, nice work. I should probably raise at least one of the coups. They're really popular, but during my first pulls, I ended up getting, let's see here. Who was the Lancer? I raised... I actually don't remember. I'll have to check my roster again to be sure. There's a reason I didn't raise either of the Kukulans. Oh, that's right, yes. Because one of the people I joined the game specifically was Sherlock Holmes, and as you saw from my roster there, I did succeed in getting him. And since he's a better soloist than the Kus typically are, or at least, yeah, now yeah, Ruler is better in the general sense for soloing, so yeah. Sorry, Ku fans, but I do think Sherlock is a bit better for it, and as such I decided I can live without him. Around 1200 more till Castore. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a decent amount from myself as well. Alright, we'll just have Aresh do this. Probably missing. Targets are the twins, Rainies. Good luck with the summer ones. The limited servants are the limited 5-stars are definitely the most painful, but main pool is pretty painful as well. I was actually considering pulling for Vitra at the end of the year, but the more I think about it, the more I already have Aresh Kagal, so I might be better off focusing on her, you know? She's already here, she's already doing a good job. I already farmed her materials, just seemed to make sense, you know? Alright, Aresh. Let's re-roll, see if we can get more Aresh cards. Yes, we did, actually. Perfect. Alright, Aresh Kagal, show them why you're the goddess of the underworld. See in the heavens, the prison on the land. Oh, nice. Aw, dang. If she had gotten that crit, that might have been close to ending it. Got some spooks lately, but 2 are not leveled. 15. Yeah, I know what you mean. I actually had to do a lot of bullet farming because I ended up liking... you might have noticed a bit before, but I actually ended up liking Santa Nightingale a lot more than expected, so I ended up having to really push hard to farm all of her stuff. And it actually did work out, really. In fact, because it was mostly a Sabre node, I was able to use Nightingale to farm her own bullets, but yeah, she ate a ton of them. Not helping. And fluids I'm completely out of. Between her, Salome, and even Aresh Kagal here, my fluid count was devoured a lot. Every time bullet farming gets bullets. Yeah, that's exactly how I was. Last year when we got the SR ticket, I chose Adelante Altar with it because I wanted some more crit servants, and boy did she devour bullets. And Lakshmi Bai also demanded bullets, who came while I was doing the Lost Belt 4 summons. Rider, huh? Assassin's gonna suck a little, not gonna lie, but... where's... Actually, let's try with Kiyohime and the Hassans for support. The low star Hassans, that is. I don't have King Hassan, unfortunately. Or First Hassan, I believe he's officially named. Let's see here. Where are my assassins? Alright, I actually leveled them, so they're up here. Here we go. Actually, Serenity here ended up being my main assassin for a good amount of the game. It wasn't until quite a while later when I finally got a 4-star in Shiki Assassin and Carry. And both have been legitimately great, although it's pretty easy to say Carry was a lot better, though I did get Wu Zetian eventually. And she's good for both damage and quick support. Even after having Scotty, I still enjoy her support a lot, so yeah. I guess Benkei can be a good taunter here, so we'll go with that. There exists no servant needs bolts that can spook me. Yeah, although to be fair, that's all. It also hasn't helped. The past couple years I've had, past few years I've had the devs really abusing the limited status. Got any flat rocks? Alright, we'll go with a Brave Chain from Serenity here. Yeah, Wu is really good for support, we'll use her. Yeah, for me she's kind of specialized now that I have Scotty, but I still do use her on occasion, especially since despite her low NP level, she still is really great, since her NP clears the enemy of all their buffs. Von CE isn't too bad either. Yeah, Wu is probably the closest thing to good quick support after Scotty. Though I guess to be fair, they did... Little Alexander and Bartholomew do have some nice quick buffs as well, but I kinda really don't like using riders for support because they eat all the stars. And while I'm sure some will argue that stars don't really matter in the general sense, it still feels like an unnecessary complication, especially since I actually do like crit teams. I mean, the fact I grailed Suzuka probably is a good indicator of that. That's okay, we can lose Benkei as much as we like. Alright, Serenity, finish this one off and charge up your NP if you please. Oh good, this will give her a good NP charge. Dang. She's so oh no, she's got 80%, which means I can do this. Sell any long clubs? Alright, we're gonna charge up here. Activate poison to this guy. Also gives me some stars, which is always nice. Now, Kiyohime, we can debuff this one because I'm going to have a Serenity NP the Oni here. Remove debuffs and increase my Increases fire damage. There we are, spreading fire. Debuff success. Alright, well, fine, we'll do this. It's probably going to be better for the debuff success. Alright, here we go. Serenity, Kyo, and... Ooh, 100% crit. Kyo. Kyo with a Buster Brave Chain would probably be better here, but I want to show off all the NPs I can. Here we go. Oh dang, that really hurts Serenity. But yeah, that dot is really hurting him now. The game's battle system does have a number of flaws. So, like, the 3-wave system pretty much means that the looping is pretty much the only way it can really go, since it's all about minimizing the time spent. I mean, I face-carded that original Valentine's event, and I must say it was, not a very pleasant experience. I'd rather not have to do that again, I can tell you that much, but at the same time, there's not much they can really do about it without revamping the battle system entirely, and if they're going to do that, they might as well make FGO2 the FGO inning. So I do get their hands are tied to an extent. I mean, people show on the Reddit all the time, the game was absolutely awful when it was first released, and they only saved it because I guess the IP was good enough to keep people around, and so they ended up putting a lot more work into it. Case guard everything except the node I am constantly farming. I tried a 3-turn farm node, but for boss fights and raids and stuff, I try to bring a serious team to those. One that'll last, I mean. Okay, looks like I need riders again. Blackbeard for AoE. Georgios, and I guess, someone who can taunt. Well, actually, yeah, instead of Georgios to taunt, I could bring someone like Asterius. Actually, that reminds me, if I'm going to be doing this, I need to put some people in the break areas. Everyone here is remove. Oh yeah, he likes the spa room. Don't need her. Alright, now which one does Aresh like? Aresh is not a fan of the dessert bar. Interesting. Reading room, would she be a fan of that? Yes, she is. Gym. I guess I could bring some of these, but I should probably use some of my higher stars. So in that case, great as Blackbeard is, let's bring out someone really strong like Mordred. Well, I guess strong is a bit in requires some quotation marks, but oh, and in that case I can definitely bring some weaker ones here, just to put them on cooldown. Because Surfer Mordred can absolutely carry. But yeah, for single target fights and bosses, I do like face cards a lot. Oh boy, the zombies from Salem, those totally aren't really creepy. Gifting glasses to their son. Book about parental relationships. There we are. It's fine. Mordred's damage is a bit low, but she's one of the easier ones to loop with, even with a free-to-play budget. You just need someone like Paracelsus to help her out, and she absolutely will do it even without something like Astoria. Yeah, she's so good at looping, she doesn't even need Castoria. That's pretty cool. Increase arts effectiveness. What's her overcharge effect again? Just decrease charge. That obviously is not relevant at the moment, so... Gifting suits to sunglasses. I am not liking the implications of those team names, by the way. There's 3-turn mottos and farm modes, there's a lot to this. I try to get raids done quickly, and with the upcoming Apocrypha raid, I should actually be able to one-turn most of them, thanks to Scotty. And I think Atalanta Altar is able to do it even at MP1. If so, mine should be able to do that more than sufficiently. Those are basically that's how it usually feels, but remember this is a mobile game, so the materials you need are gonna run out sooner than you might expect. You never know when you get spooked by a bunch that are definitely worth raising. Here we are. I need more pages. Well, if you get some that really eat page, I'm in good shape for pages as well, but those are probably going to go form your party before it begins. The horror, a corporate spy sneaks in, probably. Oh crap, is JC Denton in here? Hey! Oh, if it isn't the president of Secret Assassin Inc., do you have a report for me? Something like that, yeah. Very well then, you may not have an appointment, but I will hear you out anyway. A good CEO knows how to be flexible with her schedule, even in the middle of intense crunch time. Thing is, we couldn't find anything, not a single solitary thing. But it's not like we were slacking off. We did our best, the best of our ability. I think the fact we couldn't find anything might just mean something, if you know what I mean. She worded a bit weirdly, but yes, the absence of a clue could itself mean something. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit confusing when you put it like that. Well, one thing I can now face sure is that whoever's behind this isn't from the Servantverse. And while I'm at it, here's a little bonus. You know this weird thing we're in now? I think it's called a singularity? Well, we know for a fact it showed up right at the same time your employees went missing. That doesn't make any sense. If that's true, why did we only see it after we'd handled the delivery backlog? Knew it. Might not seem like it mashed, but it actually does make sense. This was just the information I needed to solidify the hypothesis I've been mulling over. Now I know for sure there's only one possible answer to who could be behind all this. Who is it then? Well, since I expect they'll be showing up soon anyway, I don't need to beat around the bush Holmes style. If the mastermind isn't from the Amazon CEO's universe, they have to be from Chaldea. Oh! That all explains why we didn't see them in the singularity sooner, because they, or someone helping them, tampered with our observation equipment. It's not an easy thing to do by any means, but it's definitely possible if it was an inside job. But that said, there aren't many people capable of pulling the wool over my eyes, even if only temporarily. To pull that off, they need top-notch intelligence, resourcefulness, and decisiveness. Someone an expert tactician, scholar, inventor, or a clever general. Hey, come on, give me a break here. How am I supposed to show my face now that you hype me up that much? Hector and Paris? Although, based on the way he's around, he's as much in the dark as we are. What's going on? I have no idea what's happening, but I know it isn't what I expected you to when you told me to come with you. I guess I forgot to fill you in, huh? Basically, I've been on the enemy side this whole time, like, at the start. What? No way, really? Okay, in that case, I'll be glad to help you. You saw me stand in Master's way here. Okay, I'll do my best. How can you be on board with us just like that? Still not sure what's going on here, but if this is what Big Brother's decided, he must have a good reason for it. He always makes the right decision about everything. I'm sure it's no different here. Kept Troy safe for all those years. I have every faith in his judgment. Yeah, they really wanted to pull the little brother shtick with Paris. It works for this game, I'll admit, although it is kind of funny given, you know, Paris is kind of the entire reason the Trojan Wars happened. Okay, that's not really fair. There was a lot of reasons for it, but he was absolutely one of the catalysts at the very least. So his brother will go along with that judgment now and ask him why he's doing this later. And there's something to be said for being a little too understanding, and now that I don't appreciate it. What's going on, Hector? Why are you doing this? You were the conspirator from the start, even when we went there to inspect the relaxation facilities. Sure was. As for why the old man's doing this, I don't think it's my place. When you get right down to it, this really is a personal issue for me, the boss, and the CEO there. So what now? Would it be better if I signed for the package first, or would it get more fired up if I refused? The latter, right? Ah, you stink of the Greek men, and what's worse, you are a traitor, a corporate spy. No, I can promise you the business has nothing to do with this. Industrial spies have been irredeemable evil since the dawn of the galaxy. They're indelible ink that stains a healthy business ledgers everywhere. If left to their own devices, they will turn a company's focus from sound business practices to devious scheming. And no matter how advantageous we Amazons may be in talks where my CEO Morningstar speaks louder than words, we cannot stand by and let such wonderful, barbaric and irrational post-apocalyptic escapes become the order of the day. Apart from the Freudian slip, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear. We're in a lockstep. Such spies are terrible. What about my company's intelligence network? Oh, pay no mind. That's just marketing jargon. Yeah, she's all, my intelligence network is different from yours because screw you. Yeah, we're basically shadow all-rounders slash marketers or something now. Man, I can already tell this is going to be a huge pain to getting Hector to talk now that he's made up his mind not to. And I'm betting his lips are sealed just as tightly as his guard. We can't be sure he'll spill the beans even if we win. That said, we won't get anywhere if we don't even bother. Alex, you have full permission to give him the talking to he's clearly got coming. Here's hoping we make out of this relatively unscathed. Oh, fo! Right, last time no longer need to hold back. Going full berserker mode now. Oh boy, I really am not looking forward to this. Hey, for what it's worth, I'm only doing this out of pity and obligation. This old man does feel bad about stabbing in the back. Don't get me wrong, I'm still doing this, but my heart won't really be in it. Alright, Paris? I'm Hector of the Shining Helmet, wielder of the Durandal. If we're gonna do this thing, let's do this thing. Alright, so we're facing Paris and... let's see here. So we're gonna want a support for this. I could just go with Scotty and go with the obvious option here. Tamamo Cat will take care of them all very easily. And actually, this seems like a very good team for this, so I'm going to do precisely that. Ooh, I don't... Annie Blonde is really the best one I have for this. I want to level my stuff, but I don't have a better one, yeah. Unfortunate. But I guess I can use Anniversary Blonde's Buster buff for Tamakat's face cards, because she's really good with those. I guess they're gonna have break bars, though, so I need to be prepared. Oh, they don't! Oh, those poor saps! They're gonna get completely obliterated by Tamkat's NP! Alright, let's do this. Well, no, even with full buffs, her NP typically does... Ooh. Yeah, this isn't gonna cut it. Yeah, she's not gonna do enough damage, I'm afraid. None of Tamcat cards, so I'm gonna have to do this. Might as well focus on Hector, I guess. Alright, Blizzard, Shivering Blizzard. I'm gonna have to increase NP gain and hope Tamcat can get a decent return on this, but that's very hard to do. Believe me when I say, when I tried to find a way to make my max investment Tamamo Cat, because for the record, she is a gold Fode and level 100 here. She has absolute full investment, as well as full command codes, as you can see. I tried everything I could to make her able to loop. I tried Paracelsus, I tried Bride Nero, I tried everything with Double Scotty that you could, with Plug Suit that you could possibly imagine, but she just doesn't have enough refund. Yeah, and Tamcat was my starter as well. I'd read about a handful of good ones, but I was figured, I'm too lazy to restart the entire game, so I'm just gonna use Tamcat. And so I did, but I have no regrets. Alright. Oh, did I forget to use your third skill? I forgot to use your third skill. No, I didn't. I remembered her third skill. Yeah, see? Good morning. Yeah, they're getting absolutely obliterated here. Disengage. Remove debuff. Oh, you dick. Yeah, as you can see, she barely got any refund out of that at all. Started with basically Waver, Gil, and Sabres. Oh, dang. Alright, let's do this here. This will keep everyone alive a bit more easily. This is nothing compared to the true resurrection medicine. Take it. Critical miss. Ow, ow. Let's heal back up Scotty here. I should probably... she should deal enough base card damage to take him out. Yep, even without the crit, I think she would have been just fine. Yep, there she goes. Alright, I'm gonna save Scotty's NP in case we need to dodge Hector's, but I don't think it's going to come to that. Okay, never mind, it actually might. Oh dear. Alright, Acipulus, go. Acipulus was another one who devours fluids like no tomorrow. He also eats golden eggs, which are also a pain in the ass to farm. Alright, let's bring out Confident Victory. Alright, Scotty, use your NP, that will protect us. Acipulus, use Resurrection for Hades. Tummo Cat, you just use your face card here. Yeah, Scotty's NP will protect us. I kind of wish her the dodge she granted everyone lasted a turn instead of just one attack, but I guess it invalidates one AoE NP and that's all you really need it for. But I was a bit disappointed when I saw her buff coming up. All she gains is an attack buff on her NP. It's not bad, but you don't even use waivers NP in most cases, for example. Granted, I do think people give Scotty more crap than it really deserves, especially when it's not like you use waivers during farming either, but I guess that's just how it goes. Evaded him. There we are. Monstrous strength. Alright, Tamcat, finish it. Time to kill you all. Here we are, Napling the Dancing Sunshine and feasting.
Good morning.
Have like 70 gold eggs, but don't have a Acipulus. Jason also eats golden eggs, but since he's a 1-star, he doesn't ask for very many. I think he only asks for like, I don't even remember, like 4 per skill. It's not that many. Granted, it wasn't enough that... It wasn't so low that I could use the, yeah, let's put Tamcat in here. I assume she likes the dessert bar. She does not, actually. How strange. Oh, it didn't, that's strange. It didn't, Oh, she is compatible. It's just that she wasn't put on cooldown yet. That was a bit weird. That's a bit weird, though. Oh, Mordred loves the gym. Okay, we'll put Surf Mo in there. I'm exhausted. I can't move another muscle. Man, I usually be packing hell of a punch, but it's still hard dealing with so much unchecked power. Sure, there's ways to hang in there against if you have to, but they all had diminishing returns real quick. I guess I could try setting a few of these floor traps here, but I get the feeling she just smashed clean through them. Yeah, I think I've done more than enough to hold up my end. You win. Arr, special translation, you're a dead man. Guys, I think one of you could tell her we surrender before she ends up killing us. Sure, you might have surrendered, but you're not gonna tell us anything, are you? Well, no, I'm not. I promise I keep my mouth shut, and besides, it's better that way for all of you, too. Besides, you've only got 10 floors to go. Might as well keep going and see her for yourself. Mastermind. Yeah, I think it's obvious who it is by now. Why is no one in it saying anything? I'm guessing it's because the pieces are starting to fall into place for them. Hell, maybe some especially sharp people managed to figure it out from the start. Well, good luck. As for me, my poor old knees and back gave out a while ago, so I'm gonna give them much needed rest. While part of me would like nothing more than to continue teaching this industrial spy the error of his ways, time is of the essence. So I'll leave him to you, my subcontractors, to do with as you wish. I do not care which of you gets him. Yay, can I stab him? I'd like to stick him in a facility where there's no escape. I'd like to put a steaming hot room that'll do a number on his back. So I got some kind of weak point targeting torture in mind. Brutal. He's all yours then. Yes, that's right. Our enemies deserve neither pity nor mercy. I'm glad you see or are starting to understand the harsh rigors of the business world. Just to make sure I'm reading the between the lines correctly, you want to make an appointment for him at the sauna? Alright, let's get going. There are only 10 floors and 10 deliveries left before our showdown. That said, the final delivery is when exhaustion-induced accidents are most likely to happen, so remain vigilant. Yeah, I think it's the Chaldea Penth that's behind it, if I had to guess. After all, she is Greek and mostly got the other Greeks to work with her. I guess nobody's gonna pick us up, huh? I guess I'll have to do it myself then. Up, up, up. I still can't move a centimeter, I'm so sorry. I guess I'll just have to look after you too then. Ah, well, I guess it's my fault I got mixed up in this, and hey, you're at least pretty light right now. Piggyback ride, yay! I've been ages to that's gave me one, big brother. It's gonna be fun. Man, nothing gets you down for long, does it? You know, I do feel bad involving you, but you do realize you're partly to blame too, right? What do you mean? Did I do something wrong? Not at all. Then again, in another sense, you kind of did, even if you didn't realize it. Then things just kind of snowballed, and next thing you know, we're 40 stories up this tower. Now that I think about it, minus the tower parts, it's like what happened in Troy. I guess you're just unlucky when it comes to that sort of thing. Don't worry about it. Master and Co can handle from here. I don't think it's good that we're just kind of skimming over Paris's involvement with Troy, but then again, I guess it's technically the younger version of Paris before all that happened that we've summoned, so I guess it is technically a whole separate deal here. Speaking of Master, what do you say we take him up on his offer and get a nice hot bath? Sure thing, I can even wash your back again for the first time. Oh, that'd be great. I never thought we had a chance to do that again. I say, there's something about being a servant that I really... Hector, are you okay? Maybe it was a mistake to give my little bro a piggyback ride right after a tough battle. No way, I just realized I forgot to account for the sheep. Alright, Paris, as far as I go. Leave me behind. Go on without me. No way. I'm not going in without you. Would you listen to me and... The carrier golem picked him up. Ooh, this is masked caster's golem. This is gonna take us back to the facility. Master must have sent... Come get us. Oh, good grief. Well, that's thanks for going out of your way to pick us up, pal. I appreciate it. If you don't mind carrying us, I'm happy to take you up on it. Just don't go... Stairs on the way back. Here we are. Aurora Steel. Now that's one I can't get enough of because the servants I want in the future devour them. You know, including Castoria. Therapeutic Spa. If I wanted to be completely efficient with the bond boosts in here, I should be using 5 people in a party, with 4 of them having the CE and 1 with my not regular, non-limit broken kaleidoscope to clear it, but ooh, an order for health. Oh, huh, yeah, as you can see, it didn't put Tamacat in tiredness. Okay, that's good. I'll need to keep that in mind. As for this one, let's go with Avis Bro, since he's a total bro. And, most of the low-star casters really suck, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll bring Geronimo, and, let's bring some insurance here. In other words, someone who isn't terrible. Someone who can solo if need be. Oh, you know what? I have someone. Where's, the Lancers? Here we are. Quinn should be able to solo if all else fails. I don't think it'll come to that, but I'd like to be safe. Luckily, I'll have them forming something else. Well, that's good. I end up having to farm a lot of Aurora Steels just for Scotty, and I'm trying to save up a decent amount so I don't have to farm when Castoria arrives, but that unfortunately may happen no matter what. Poor Geronimo is definitely in a lot of updates. Dang it, just a bit short. I really don't like that casters have an inherent reduced attack power for absolutely no reason. I get, well, the reason is because they're intended as supports, but it also means ones that actually are meant to deal damage suffer as well. Which, of course, leads to me constantly being just a bit short of clearing a wave. Eva. And, of course, just 10% more attack would have absolutely fixed it, but no. Assassins also have that problem, but Assassins have a lot of problems in the general sense. I guess Quinch soloing this should be fine. Decay. Wants pectoral training equipment, wants fair skin lotion. A ghost wants fair skin lotion, interesting. Alright, abolishing thieves. We're gonna need the guts here. Team heal here. Because I don't know how hard this is going to hit. Okay, that didn't do nearly as much as I was worried it would. It just gave him a little curse, but I'm really not worried about a curse. Dang, he's just a bit short. Okay, never mind, his CE fixed it. I do like the little status effects that marker that floats once workout equipment. I do like the little curse smoke around him as a nice visual indicator of the damage. Art's up. What's the overcharge effect again? Increases NP gain. What's his overcharge again? Restores HP to the party. Let's see here. I also can use this. Golem Keeter Malkuth. I should probably start with Golem Keeter Malkuth and then go into this one. Alright, here we go. It's not too bad, but okay. Yeah. Well, he is only level 30, but Party style. Party style. Oh my, it's really buffing itself. Oh good, I should be able to use the Golem Keeter Malkuth again, which is definitely good for me. There we are. That should help a little bit. Well, before we use the Golem Keeter Malkuth, let's use her NP here. Form of altruism and loyalty. Since this creates an arts chain for her. What level is it? Here we are. Altruism and loyalty. High five. Interesting, he didn't go after the person I thought he would. Well, might as well go for Avisbron's chain here. Thinking about it, I think Avisbron here is one of the very few servants from Spain. I guess it depends if you count Columbus from Spain or Italy, though, because if I remember right, there's not much consensus on which he's actually from. He conducted his business in both Italy and Spain, but there we are. Yeah, a good soloist really helps out. The customer is a good shot. Lances, I see. Alright, well, I should definitely go with the cheap one here, so, who's a good budget lance? Oh, right, Romulus. I guess Garrett makes a pretty good one there, but I guess Diarmuid's a good single target, so I should have a good, well-rounded team this way. Number of enemy actions. Is from the moon. Wouldn't be technically Tomocat classified as being from the moon, since they don't. Apparently, the game itself classifies the extra servants as being from the moon rather than Japan. So Kiara, for example, is classified as being from the moon, despite having been in Japan. She wasn't in Japan before Earth itself. Yes, there's a lot of confusing stuff here. Diarmuid is definitely someone who could use a buff, but then again, I think that's a bit underselling it. Diarmuid pretty much needs an entire care replacement. Yeah, this is a bit too specific. This one's would be okay if not for the fact that his quick cards only have 2 hits. His NP is upgraded, but not any especially notable. Yeah, it removes buffs and inflicts curse, which is nice, but not especially amazing or anything. Yeah, let's do it this way. Buster Chain. The critical should finish him off. My Jordan. Nobu wants a continuous track. Tank Nobu. Alright, Diarmuid, your chain here, Brave Chain here should finish him. Oh, even better than expected. Nobobot. At least everyone has their MPs ready. Yeah, please focus on Romulus if you please. We get to see everyone's NP now, it looks like. Imperial Privilege is going to fail pretty hard, so let's see. We got the one that mattered most. Yeah, use it on yourself, Romulus. This is Lancer luck, indeed. Some people really swear by Gareth, but I feel they take a bit too much setup to be really amazing. Era Lupus. Gatorge and Garibudi. Was the curse damage goes up with Overcharge, and what for Gareth? Decreases defense on the enemy. Alright, we'll go this way. 3 NPs in a row. Let's see how it goes. All roads lead to Rome. Oh wow, that didn't do much. Extremely simple, but gets the job done. My guitar strings break easily. I guess might as well finish off with a Gareth Brave Chain. I'm sure this should finish it. customer has wings. Assassin time. Alright, in that case, Kitaro. Hunt. First arm, and I guess a Berserker wouldn't go amiss, just to be safe. Or I could bring, someone. There's a lot of low-star assassins, after all. Let's bring a low-star assassin here. Let's bring a Maraki. Yeah, that's fine. Should be able to do this just fine. Attack him. Indestructible Talon File. Towel with no holes. I think Matahari is the only one in the Japanese server that still has caster balls. A bit annoying, but I guess it could be worse. Ooh, quick brave chain from Fuma Kitaro. Yeah, if they focus on Kitaro, that's fine, because he can take it. Here. Here we are. Protection from wind. Throw and retrieve. Let's get some stars in here. And a few, but it helps Kitaro. More importantly, we're gonna debuff the enemies.
Yes.
Alright, Matahari can really debuff. There we are. Mortal Chaos Brigade. Overkill. This will be fine. Everyone getting an additional NP charge. Good, we can now see Matahari and Cursed Arms NP as well. Hers is a debuff, right? Greatly increased defense. Yeah, that's good. And we'll end with Kataro's Buster, since Kataru is probably the strongest assassin in this team. In terms of basic attacks, that is. Charm, attack down, defense down. Not bad. Zabanai. No instant kill, but that might be enough damage to kill anyway. Yep, it was. Matahari can actually really debuff a person's defense down to the cap of -100, which is pretty nasty, as you can imagine. The customer seems to be Japanese, so a Sabre who uses katanas, it looks like. Alright, let's see, who else can I bring here? Arashing him might not be a bad idea, actually. Then we can bring some single target snipers. Let's see here. Metal Gear will be good, and I can bring some filler as well. I've no intention of using Fergus, but it might be better to bring Billy the Kid, since I don't intend to use him either. Alright, here we are, Archer Team. I should probably start charging NPs, not just for Arash, but William Tell as well. Billy wouldn't be too bad either, but he's a bit low level.
Okay,
Billy the Kid. Design something to make my heart race, something that makes me cute.
Okay.
Hey, what am I doing here?
了解
All of these should be pretty good. Oh dang, that was some really good damage from William Tell. Alright, first things first, team heal.
Okay.
Here. Crush. Excellent. Here we go. Give me something cute. Here we go. Sure hit. What if I miss? Well, in that case, I'll show you something else on my sleeve. Oh dang, not bad given he's not buffed or anything. Maybe bear witness. Yeah, he absolutely cleaned that. He cleaned house there.
スピードで負けてるんだから君が勝てるはずないじゃないか。ねえ。
I've seen some complain that Arash's animation update made his animation like too long, but while his NP animation is a bit longer, it skips his death animation completely, which I find results in a net gain total. A cry can be heard from the delivery address. Oh my. Archers again, huh? Tota. I might need to actually bring some really good ones here, so we're going to bring Urale and David. Yeah, it's a bunch of really good 3 stars. Welcome back, Mordred. We've just been slowly climbing the tower. The boss who shouts. Alright, David, use your charisma here. it'll just increase everyone's max HP, so they can, in case Berserker Lancelot here gets a few crits. Make sure Toto can actually use his NP. Here we are. Hachiman Prayer. Gah. Charge gain. Alright, let's lower his charge and give Urale hers. If I get Urale up, I can stun him for a turn. But I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, it's gonna take too long, I think. Let's get a team heal going. Protection from arrows. Don't know why I didn't think to use this right away, but who cares? Alright, good. We can get everyone some NP charge here. Missed. Harp of Healing. That should help a little. Hachiman Brave Chain. Natawa's. There we go. He sure uses Katana, and the Rice Ball is quite a bit for an archer. Alright, this doesn't have sure hit, so I should be able. Knight of Owner. It's a pretty good NP, referencing some pretty good scenes in Fate Zero, I mean. Kama jar my Baraki, and now he's NP'd, oh dear. Speaking of which, I think Urale's NP is charged, which means I should be able to do this very easily. Eye of Urale. Or at least I think that's how her name is pronounced. It's not. There we are. I'm not as big on Urale, but she's definitely one of the best 3-star archers, that's for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's the entire reason bosses from Lost Belt onwards have always had a debuff immunity if they're, well, one of the reasons they have a debuff immunity, simply so she can't charm lock them. An order for a very shiny stone. More and more riders. Actually, I should see about getting Arash into one of the places. What does Arash like? Sure, I guess that's as good a choice as any. Anyone else I want to really use sometime soon? Not especially. An order for a shiny stone. So, caster. So, yeah, it'd be in my best interest to use some riders here. Little Alexander wouldn't be too bad of a choice here. And a single target might be good. Let's go with Ryoma, just to be safe. And this also means I can bring a weaker character just to fill space. Sure, Darius. Yeah, Kama's really good. She's even one of the few quick servants that didn't really get nerfed on release just to avoid, you know, getting screwed over just because of Scotty, basically. Alright, Ryoma, let's go with your chain here. Granted, I guess they realize, well, how often do you really need a single target assassin? So I guess they figure they're free to make Kama really, really strong, since it's not like she's going to break the meta or anything. Oh dang, it drilled. I probably should have just No, I can't use the NP yet. I need to put it too. But hey, at least now most of the team is charging their NP pretty well. Oh dang, are you kidding me? $16 health. Well, at least Darius gets to have a kill, right? Single target assassin. My best single target assassins are Shiki and Wu, so... Then again, I guess not like even a lot of the not even the 5-star assassins are that amazing in most cases. Charisma. Omen of Sandpaper with Polishing Agent Collection Guide. Hero Ripple. What's the overcharge effects here? Decrease enemy attack. Deal significant damage to a single with a chance of charge decrease. Gain stars. Alright, we'll go this way. Ryoma's is always going to be last, that way if any survivors remain, I can just take them out. Have Jack. Jack the Ripper is one of the few good ones, yeah. But even then, technically she's niche in that you only want to use her against female opponents. Of which there are many, to be absolutely fair, but... It does mean if you're against a male rider, she's not going to be as good. But yeah, she's still good without needing a comma in the word considering at the end, which is really way more than most assassins get, if we're completely honest. Ooh, mixed node. I do not like this. The customer has a mechanical sound. Yeah, we're whipping out Tamacat for this. Some more berserkers then. I could save her, but then again, nah, let's just take this. Let's go. BB to keep her healthy. And who else? Who else? Who else? Spartacus wouldn't go amiss. Even against male, she still does good damage. You can use her up against any. Just being a 5-star means she inherently has some good stats, so she definitely has that going for her. Oh, this is Mecha Ellie's. Interesting. Oops, I should have been using them against the requesting OS up the expansion. Oh, never mind, I took out 2 that way. High energy. Damacat is really durable. I'm not too worried. Ooh, a Spartacus chain. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Sucks not having Scotty to buff her a bit further, but that's just how it goes, I guess. There we go. With her investment, she should still do more than enough damage to bring them down to a manageable level. Time to kill you all. There we are.
Good morning.
She can survive crit. Yeah, she's already survived a handful of crits. I mean, during one of the bosses, she ended up taking several crits and survived with like a few hundred HP or something like that. Damcat is actually really durable for a berserker. This might help a bit. Requesting new cooling fan. There we are. Phoebe's a pretty neat crit servant, but her damage is surprisingly low despite being a 4-star. Problem is the heal doesn't help her get one shot. Yeah. I mentioned it the other time I was streaming, but any fights where Tamacat's Berserker weakness is not active, she is actually practically unkillable. Like, Estrella in a recent story chapter struggled to kill Tamcat because she removed Tamcat's Berserker weakness. Losing the effectiveness meant practically nothing because, well, she already has the 10% damage bonus for being a Berserker. She's still gonna hit like an absolute truck. Right, for Spartacus I should do this. Spartacus has a lot of survivability. I think they were intended for him. I think at first design they figured he should be one of the more durable Berserkers, but he's 1-star. No matter how much HP regen, you're not gonna last. The fact he has a battery here on an NP charge here on his second skill is the reason everyone uses him. And boy, is it good. But yeah, you can tell with some of the Year 1 servants, it's hard to tell if the devs had any idea what they were doing. Here we are. The Trinity customer. Wait, Trinity. Oh no, this means we're gonna face a healer, DPS, and tank. Well, Medusa for AoE here. Because Medusa was my first AoE rider. Yeah, now that I remember now. And she lasted me a very long time before I ended up getting Surfer Mordred, who has been handling things since. And of course, Rider Toki whenever I need single target stuff. Lubu and and we'll bring Leonidas just so he can use his taunts to force enemies to focus on him. Because the less people focus on the Berserker, the better. healer on the enemy team is pretty useless. Yeah, usually. Also, then again, like, when Medea Lily was a boss, she just has a, like, 4k health healing on her NP. It's absolutely there's no difficulty whatsoever in a player out-damaging that. Leonidas put a taunt. And Guts, just to make you last a little longer. A coat's chilly, a hooded jacket's chilly. Holy crap, what is with the game's obsession with wanting to give me quick cards? Fine. Yeah, they can hit Medusa as much as they like, she can take the pain easy. Lubu, Buster Brave Chain should be good. I meant to raise Lubu, but I ended up putting it off, and now I just have Summer Jolter, who is better in the general sense. But the pancakes. Demon pillars made out of pancakes are a bit messed up, as we've seen. Sure, Buster Brave Chain again. Gonna serve them to Abby. Well, don't forget, Well, don't forget to also share the pancakes with Paul Bunyan if you're gonna be doing that. Yeah, and Bunyan. Might as well get Lubu's NP in here. Increase the defense of all allies. Chaotic Villain. Now what's his overcharge effect? Stun, and what's hers again? C-Star drop rate. Defiant. Alright, we'll finish with, yeah, Medusa's Buster. Bellerophon. I'm pretty sure this Bellerophon is more tied to the person who killed Medusa than Medusa herself, but then again, during Fate Stay Night, you can tell they packed in a lot of various references in these characters because they didn't expect it to become a huge franchise or anything. Riders. Wild beasts. There we are. The Entrepreneur, our regular. Alright, first I need to put Tamcat in here. I believe she favors the dessert bar. Yes, she does. I found it a bit weird when it seemed like, wait, she doesn't favor the dessert bar? Alright, now let's see here. Who's an easier Lancer I can use for here? Ah, perfect. And I'll go with a good single target one as well. Yeah, that should be good. And I'll bring on someone who I just want to raise the bond points with. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not like I'm ever going to be using Phantoms, so... No problem with the low levels since every server is leveled. I've been slowly leveling them best I can, but I don't try to obliterate myself with lotto farming like some do. Like I've seen many say to do at least 100, which is more reasonable, but some insist to go on several hundred or even 1,000. I mean, I know someone on YouTube did a 1,000 box farming, and I'm all, how do you have the patience for that? I'm gonna go 200, 100. I only go to around 30 to 50 depending on my patience. It's not a big deal unless a lotto specifically has a lot of materials I need right then and there, but typically they don't. Oh, Phantom of the Opera. Eric is... Phantom Eric here. I guess they made his true name Phantom of the Opera to separate him from Eric Bloodaxe, but... Yeah, Phantom of the Opera is absolutely one of the worst servants in the entire game. Famous for being one of the worst servants in the entire game, and dang. And yeah, 1,000 boxes is absolutely overkill in my opinion, but some swear by it. Quick train. Dang, that thing loves spamming noxious poison. Drill headbutting. Yeah, Inchun can take it pretty easily. Here we are. If someone gets every servant to come out, that does make sense. They need a lot of mats. I guess, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on how many mats will be needed for all servants. Not without having to do the math, and I don't want to have to do that kind of math. But yeah, I guess that is the irony. The irony of whaling. You get all the servants, but that also means you have to go even harder to get the mats. Personal always over 2,000 dust. Bone was the biggest hell for me, although I am running low on dusts now. Hero proofs are low as well. In fact, hero proofs are the reason I can't max Kagatora like I was hoping. I just don't have enough. Preparing numerous nameplates. There we are. That's the biggest problem down. Wow, they really hate Jalter Lily there. She's not gonna last much longer, I'm pretty sure. I don't mind if Phantom gets his NP, but it's not going to do much damage even with the advantage here. I'm pretty sure it's one of the lowest damaging NPs in the entire game. He technically has a buff, but it doesn't really do much for him if we're blunt. He's just the epitome of terrible design for servants. Sure, we'll do the Brave Chain with Phantom just to see how bad it looks. Well, he got the NP, just a little late. Well, I guess we're done here. I need to kill him this turn. "11 forms. He should be able to finish it." Yeah, like Quinn, his MP is a big buff. There we go, he finished it. I knew bringing a good soloist would be a big help. Satona's Bond 15? Wow. Even my Tamacat's only around bond 11, but then again, I did just say I don't go too hard on farming. I would absolutely burn myself out too quickly if I did that. The Giant's Ring. Save Amazonas.com. Sabres needed, huh? Achilles. Oh, it's gonna be Achilles and Penth, isn't it? Dang. Scott, in that case, it might be good to bring Lakshmi by. Because Lakshmi Bai is not Greek or male, so Penth won't get any damage multipliers whatsoever. Alright, Lakshmi, let's see. Once again, I also am annoyed that I don't have anything better than Anniversary Blonde to offer, but I guess Knight's Oath alone is worth it. I need... Oh well, I'll be getting some rare prisms in the Apocrypha rerun, and I can buy the Royal Brand, or whatever it is, that boosts quick in a bit. Basically use it for everything. I use Tamcat for basically everything myself. At last! We have arrived! What's that sound? Wait, is that... Huff huff. 1,009, 1,000. Phew, this is tough. We still have to do 10 more sets of Morning Star swings. Whoa, I actually felt that dopamine kick. Ah, I love working out. That's them, my employees, so they were here. And it looks like the woman over there training them is, yep, just who I thought. No resting, no talking, no laughing. I was right. A warrior with no need for such things. What a warrior needs is an indomitable spirit to move the body, no matter the circumstance. Failure to do so will assuredly result in your death. Do you want to live? Then keep moving. Yes, ma'am. Hold it right there. Is that the CEO? CEO, you finally came for us. So you're here. You look just like me, I see. You must be from this galaxy. Silence, I'm not you. You and I are nothing alike. Hey, you're not... Oh no, don't say that, CEO. Now we'll have to face Shadow Penth. Her rage is off the charts. Sure is, I'm banging that rage where this is all started. Penthesilia, do you mind telling us why you did all this? You don't know? Oh, very well. I suppose the imposter there at least has the right to know what she's done before I obliterate her with my Morning Star. Me, the imposter? How dare you? I'm the one and only super CEO in the entire galaxy. Easy there. Let's hear what she means exactly. Are you planning to get your Tamaket 120? I'm hoping to, but unfortunately the lack of coins for you need NP 16 for a 4-star if I remember right, so it's going to be hard to max her out like I'd like. I will make the effort, and I will give up the append skills if I need to, because if we're honest, the append skills are really just to flex, and for most servants, they don't actually matter. But it's going to be a bit rough. Of my Grail servants, the only one I can guarantee a level 120 is Jason, because while Jason being a 1-star means he requires NP 210 or something like that, well, by virtue of being a 1-star, I'm going to get more than enough tokens to do that whether I want to or not. So yeah, Jason's my only guaranteed 120. Tamcat, I'll do what I can, but it's going to be a bit rough going because she's a 4-star, yeah. And I don't want to have to pull for more copies of a 4-star that I'm only going to be able to burn. So we'll have to see. And of course I could get spooked by some more copies of her while I go for Castoria and possibly a Resh. Along with anyone in 2022. There's a decent amount there. 2024, but it's... No, 2023 is when the next set of supports come. On Bomb 15, you would get pretty much 180, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head how many coins you need for 120. I have to check, but Bond 15 is probably the easiest for Tamcat since I use her in absolutely everything. And even if I don't, I could just put her in the back or something to get her there. Need 300 for 120, huh? It's gonna be rough going, but since my Tamcat, as you saw, is NP5, so I should theoretically be able to make it. We'll have to see when it actually gets here. I'd heard rumors of another version of myself who went about delivering packages, but never gave it much thought at the time. I'm well aware servants are vague and ill-defined beings. It is not unheard of for the same hero to materialize something entirely different should they end up in a different class. So when I heard there was another version of myself, I thought nothing more of it. At the time, I thought beneath my notice. Then one day, while I was out on my daily run... is that... Delivery from Amazonas.com. Ah, wonderful. I've been counting the hours until your arrival. I do apologize for making you go so far out of your way, however. I can't make purchases like this back at Chaldea, you see, thanks to a certain nosy detective who's always on my case. Really, I don't know why what he's so concerned about. The most we could do with a curiosity like this is play an amusing prank. No need to apologize, sir. This is why Amazon.com offers express shipping anywhere in the galaxy. Now, if you'd sign here, please. Yes, of course. Ah, I never thought it'd be so quick and easy to procure all the items I need for a harmless prank I came up with on a lark. Seems there are truly all kinds of servant-verse. I dare say the premium membership has been worth its weight in gold. Thank you. Not at all, sir. We look forward to your next order. At first, I took no interest whatsoever. I wrote it off as another unusual event. It's only then I realized someone else had also been watching the interaction from a distance. Whoa, so that's the delivery lady people have been talking about. She looks like Penthesilea, doesn't she, Lord Apollo? Yeah, but well, I like her. There's just something cool about working women. Makes them real pretty, too. Oh. The bond of at least 120. Oh, Paris. I'm positive he didn't mean any harm by it, but oh boy. Yeah, he does have a knack for this kind of thing. Okay, so that's what Hector was referring to. So there is a reason. If you are me, even if you're not strictly me, you must never ever do anything that results in being called beautiful or pretty. So if you are, you have fundamentally deviated from how you and I are supposed to be. Is that how this works? I guess that's just how berserkers think. Hey, even Samirami's never properly understood what makes berserkers go berserk. That must mean this mail order business you are indulging in is wrong. I cannot allow it to continue. I realize you need to remember your true way of life to regain your warrior ambitions. Is that why you abducted my employees? Because they were the first obstacle in your way to reaching me. I am their queen. I have a duty to Amazons everywhere to help them on the right path, should they stray, even if they are from a different galaxy. That's why I built the Temple of Artemis. It's a perfect place to retrain them. This is patterned after the godly domicile our mother, founder of the Temple of Artemis, built her homeland. I figured as much. What do you mean? The original Temple of Artemis is best known as one of the 7 wonders of the world. It gives a bonus to range units if you build it in most Civilization games. Putting aside the fact that barely any pieces of it still exist today, of course. Yeah, unfortunately, it has not stood the test of time. Especially, wasn't it one of those places that during World War I or something they stored explosive kegs in it, and then one day it ended up getting lit up and blew up? And I can't imagine how they felt. Oh man, guys, we accidentally blew up one of the 7 wonders of the world. That said, I have no idea if the ruins we know of in Turkey used to be the same temple she's talking about or not. Honestly, I have a hard time believing it was originally built to be this high. I mean, I do get the feeling there have been pictures and prose depicting it as stretching up to the clouds, but still. I mean, given there's not even any stairs in here, I get the sense that this wasn't meant to be the original Temple of Artemis, just several temples of Artemis stacked on top of each other. To be honest, I don't remember the temple my mother built very clearly, so based this one loosely off my impression of it and attempted into helping my own original ideas. Still, this is what I end up with when I stood before a holy grail I found and thought about how I wished for it to be a strong and powerful symbol of we Amazons. So I'm sure it's mostly faithful to the original, more or less. At any rate, the Amazons' retraining is coming along nicely. There were many complaints at first, but now most of them have regained their Amazonian sense of purpose. What was that? Wait, Mr. EO, it's not like that. We're still proud employees. We do get that, but we've been put through work after work, and our muscles are so overloaded all the time they feel like they're going to burst. It's harder than anything I've ever imagined, but then when all seems at its darkest, you get an exhaustion high that makes you feel so euphoric. You know, maybe this isn't so bad. Really, when you think about it, maybe why were we spending time making deliveries? Sure, we might have gotten magical energy, but it's not like we were earning much money. Maybe there's something we said for working out and live and work out too. Oh, stop that, snap out of it, that's just the brainwash speaking. Looks like the less than great way you treat your workers is finally catching up to you. Fo. Never mind that now. You have a very twisted sense of servant resource management, getting your hooks to my employees like this. Regardless, my real target was always you, other me. My first goal was to teach you how foolish this folly of yours truly is. Folly? You think this folly? We Amazons are a tribe of warriors. Forget trivial online shopping services. I asked Hector to help me in my quest, even as I expected him to refuse, but to my surprise, he accepted, nodding pleasantly with a strained expression. The second part I can believe, but the first, really. Well, either way, I did agree to go along with it. The plan was simple. I figured you'd regain your old instincts if your company were to go under. So after I secured your employees, I leaked information about the disappearance of those who bore you a grudge. So you had us dancing the palm of your hand, did you? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. But I failed to foresee Chaldea, or rather Master, lending you aid. So I formed a second plan, lure you to the temple and obstruct your way with physical obstacles in order to make you remember your warrior spirits. But unfortunately, it would seem that plan was a failure as well, so you leave me no choice. I'll have to end you myself. Any self of mine who has forgotten a warrior's pride and allowed herself to be degraded is a self who should never be allowed to exist. That holds true regardless of where or in which galaxy she may be. I see, it seems we have a misunderstanding. You think I've forgotten my warrior's pride? What a joke. We are just as proud warriors as we've ever been. And at this point, my trustworthy companions here can tell you why as plainly as I can. Now they have walked the same path. His objective perspective will soon put an end to your progress, because the different mail orders a fierce battle in its own right. Exactly. Overseeing, managing, and facilitating companies anything but straightforward. There is not one thing in this world of business that can be resolved by something as simple as two sets of muscles clashing. We Amazons put our lives on the line every day. We go into work. If we fail to follow our vision statement and claim victory, our kind will fall to ruin. All the more so if you have a responsible sister with such integrity and earnestness that actually puts danger, or a challenging sister who is physically strong but mentally weak. You have no idea what sort of battles I need to fight as a CEO, and you underestimate them at your peril. I'm not entirely sure what it is you're talking about, but I can see now you do indeed have a warrior's resolve. In that case, there's nothing left to say. All that remains now is to use more traditional Amazonian methods of communication. I trust you know what I mean. Of course, from here on I will let my CEO Morningstar do the talking. What kind of ridiculous name is that? That's just one more reason you and I will never see eye to eye. I've heard of family quarrels between parents and children or siblings, but I'm not sure if the term applies to a fight between two versions of the same person. Anyways, this is a pretty fundamental point of contention, so I doubt we can resolve it easily. We can't just sit back and let them kill each other before we try. Do whatever you can to stop them. Lakshmi Bai is a little weak, but she should theoretically be able to handle this.
決めたよ。お前は我が城の影に溶ける命令と前に出る。
少し痛いぞ。
この強い殺
Yeah, Lakshmi Bai is a pretty good generation, MP generation at least. Well, no, actually, that was just because that was an arts card at the end of a chain. I can't allow him to die too quickly. Yeah, let's take out the Lancer one real quick. I can take out the Berserker with anything, but the Lancer specifically has to die to Lakshmi Bai. Defensive formation. Alright, we'll have Scotty finish this one off. Her Brave Chain should be more than sufficient. She may be a support, but 5-star stats are 5-star stats. Good luck, she'll die to a straight crit. With her luck... You'd think that, but she has quite a bit of survival tools. I'm honestly surprised. I genuinely didn't expect her to be as good as she was, especially since I'd heard that she was absolutely awful. But nah. Turns out, just because she couldn't loop, no one even bothered looking at what she could do. Although I guess to be fair, it's only really gonna matter if you're like me, and trying to make use of whatever servants you have. If you're a whale, then you probably have better sabers. It's pretty much ideal in a 2 DPS, 1 support setup, but here I'm trying to minimize that. Well, that, and I've got Syphilis here to keep her up. This is perfect, actually. NP gain up. This is fine. Lakshmi Bai. Bring out your full power. She'll take out the minions with absolute issue. It's just the Penthesilia's HP bar. I need to break it with this one attack, but with a Brave Chain, I'm hoping that'll happen. Lakshmi Bai, show them your power. Overkill. But she gets a 100% quick. Okay, yeah, the quick crit did it. It's time to show the fruits of my training. And now we see why I was so eager to, do that. Alright, another quick critical from Lakshmi Bai should deal ridiculous damage here. Excellent, some good healing, debuff immunity, the whole... Alright, here we go. And don't worry, Lakshmi Bai has another hard defense if she needs it against Hence NP or basic crit attacks. And holy crap, is she doing a lot of crit damage. Holy crap, those quick crits are really something else, aren't they? It's okay, you did your job, man. Alright, confident victory. More crit stars, more. These crits, quick crit chains are my key to victory. Invincible HP and damage cut. And we're gonna go for another quick chain. But since I still have the quick crit up, I'm pretty sure Penthesilea is done. Oh yeah. Now those are some satisfying crits. I have no regrets grailing Lakshmi Bai. She is just so much fun. Granted, she absolutely requires Scotty, even though she doesn't loop very well, but that doesn't change that, well, as you saw, she has some pretty satisfying crits there. Oh. Let's go ahead and collect the weeklies I've done here. A rider, eh? Alright, let's see what we're going here. Oh, yeah, it's Achilles. That's too many of you, Lord of Apollo. Now the world's covering 1/3 ocean, 2/3 you. Sounds like he's having hell of a nasty dream. The looks of it assume you were really put through the ringer, so to speak. Is that he taken? That's you. Not all go for it. Oh, thank you. Now then, I think we'd best have a little talk. Whoop, I had a feeling this might be coming. Indeed. For those of my ilk, knowledge is worth far more than money. Besides, about time you told me anyway. Why did you have me make that suggestion? Because I owe Penthesilea a huge debt. When it comes to things with likes of us, do you ever use your pieces? Do you mean like ascended items? I do ascend servants where I can. It's mostly experience that's the limiting factor these days. Oh, when it comes to things like which of us made a bigger impact in history, the fact that both of us ended up losing our lives to you-know-who, I honestly don't care that much. And that golem I made is going to help you repay your debt to her? Probably, at least I think so. But I do know he's a part of her, for better or for worse. You can't disentangle him no matter how much you try. See, that's not the only reason. We can get down to it. I just don't want to pass up any chance I can get to make his life a living hell. Oh, it's quite the additional reason. I mean, if I don't, we might as well end up fighting each other to death again sometime. Good grief. It seems the old war's disposition can be a real burden sometimes. Oh, Saint Court pieces. Yeah, I've turned them in a few times for quartz when it came to summoning something big, but I only do so when the time actually comes to do some big pulls. So when Castoria comes, I'll probably transform them if I don't get her within the regular Saint Courts. But we'll have to see how things go. Next, once this event's over, I'll probably only stream this game during the next upcoming storyline, which I think will be Olympus. Should be interesting to see how things go, although I will warn I won't hesitate to use command seals, especially against a very certain fight. Oh, hello, Gil. Cash them in. Well, I could at least see how much I'd get out of them. Like I said, I haven't been saving the Saint Course fragments since the very start. I've cashed them in a few times through my whole time playing. Alright. Haha, I never thought fighting myself could be so fulfilling. It has turned out to be a much more exhilarating proposition than I envisioned. Also, yeah, hello, Gil. Hey, talk about birds of a feather. Now that's any surprise, of course. Good, good. The sort of elation, exactly what we should strive for. I feel more heightened than ever before. My muscles, my battle sense, even my 5 normal senses. Same here, my 5 senses are... What's that smell? What's going on? They've been but stopped fighting and now appear to be frantically searching for something. Look, there's something hiding behind that pillar. What's the carrier golem doing here? I didn't send for it. Ah, it's you. He's here. I can smell him. All the more now that my senses are so heightened. It's you, isn't it? Achilles. Oh, interesting. This is completely restricted to Penthesilias. Interesting. Load carrying golem.
こんにちは
Oh, so Achilles was inside there the whole time. Oh, dang, my phone go off? Oh, I got a message. Alright, Brave Chain for the Brave CEO. Well, they're both Berserkers. I should probably be going all out soon. But I'm not even allowed to give them some of my good NPs, which does suck. Increase NP gauge. I should have used these first turn, huh? I can at least do this to try and help. Doing the thing with our hands. Okay, we broke it, which means... There it is. It's Achilles. Damn, he saw right through me. Alright, I can use both NPs back to back, so, he's gonna get obliterated. Let me check first. This is for 2 left. Oh dear. Outrage Amazon. That's here. Buster Brave Chain. There, we got rid of him. Feel bad. I want Pen so bad. There we are. There we go. Okay, so he was inside the golem the entire time. I didn't realize that. I figured we'd be facing him near the end, but... Oh! Achilles was inside that golem? Crap, can't believe they found me even with Abyss Bronze work covering me. Guess it goes to show how sharp their instincts are right now. Yikes, man, dealing with 2 demigod-class berserkers at once is rough, especially when they don't even care if they get injured or not. Yeah, I don't like my chances. Better get while the getting's good. Stop, get back here. Please, I don't care what happens to me, but you will be going nowhere. Stop and go after him. Achilles will be... Okay, thanks to his chariot, but if you 2 jump, not even the fact your servants will save you. Really think they're gonna listen to reason now? I haven't accompanied you all the way, final delivery just on a whim. I accompanied you because as your first non-outsourcing partner company, decided it follows the next generation wherever it goes. It was my duty to see this through the end. See, I too have come to believe in Amazon Stockholm's future. I won't have it ending here like this. Don't worry, I know just what to do. I'm sure you won't be willing to listen to reason now that you've gone so berserk, but I'm certain my cosmetic beauty will be something you'll never forget. Huh? Now, where are they? Those cardboard boxes. A little origami to send on it. A little origami send them on their way, and... Oh, she's using origami to look like Achilles so they can take him out. Looks like putting those cardboard boxes on their heads got them to stop. Oh. It's like reducing a pet's field of vision to get them to calm down. Still, I doubt that'll hold them for long. Mind saying something to them? That's enough. The battle's over and you 2 won. We won? Not the trick I was expecting Osakabe made a pull, but good enough, I guess. About time they finally settled down. Oh, this is no victory. Got away. We failed to finish him off, even fighting together. I'm in no way satisfied with these results, but that said, it's a fact that we managed to surpass him just now. Thanks to that, I think I've gained new insight. And what is that exactly? If two of me together were able to beat him, it means I could beat him myself as long as I've become twice as strong as I am now. In that case, my task is clear. All I need to do is train twice as much as I have so far. Right you are, myself from a different galaxy. These are the same calculations I've arrived at once. I now have a wonderful new directive in which to focus my synergies. You know, I've never paid much mind before, but I take you also have your reasons for needing to end him. Of course I do, though I can't say what they are, as even just remembering them mazonets my brain. I'm sorry, what? Never heard it before, but I can probably guess what it means. At any rate, the fact remains that he is my mortal enemy. In fact, it'd be no exaggeration that I found of the sole purpose of killing him. I see, if there are strengths that can only be acquired through business, then stands to reason there are enemies that can only be killed through business. Exactly. That does make sense. Very well, my other self, I understand that you are indeed me. All that matters is that you live to kill him just as I do. Any other difference we have are trivial. The Penthesilia Trilogy. And now they're firmly shaking hands. Looks like they come to an understanding. Fo. There's some parts of their reconciliation that I still don't make sense to other people like me, but I suppose the important part is they have in fact reconciled. That said, there's one issue that's yet to be resolved. What do we do now? We're still Amazon employees, an indelible part of our souls. At this point, we could do our delivery jobs in our sleep. That much will never change. We've all seen there's more life to just work. It's true, we realize there's a lot to be said for foregoing deliveries and just working out. And Amazon.com didn't always treat its employees super well. Wait, to understand your hesitations. I'll ask as you hear me out for a moment. Miss CEO? It's a lot of hard work to come this far, especially since I was the only one to do it. If I had not been fortunate enough to run Chaldea, and been willing to bend my principles to sign my first outsourcing contract, I never would have made it here. No, not only them, I must also thank the other companies I've formed partnerships like Madam's there. Indeed, the only reason I managed to overcome this tremendous challenge was because of their help. So I've decided to change my thinking in regards to my next generation initiatives. I see now change is not to be feared, and that flexibility is key to seizing profits. I have learned that I need to innovate the fundamentals of my labor system, not only my approach to outsourcing. So what you're saying? Put it simply, I've matured into a CEO who understands how people feel. I promise you, from now on, Amazons.com will strive to pay its employees more magical energy than ever. I also double your bonuses and number of paid days off. However, the choice to come back to work remains yours. What do you say? When can we start? This is like a dream come true. Wait, I'm not actually dreaming, is it? I've heard of this paid vacation. It's not only don't have to work, but you also get, paid. Now that you mention it, I've heard things like that before I joined too. I forgot all about them thanks to the fun I was having running around and getting fights and deliveries. No way, is that really legal? Are you sure the Galactic Police aren't going to throw you in the slammer? Amazonas. I guess the idea of making a paid vacation never occurred to them before, since their leisure time was always just used for work. Oh. Anyway, once they return the jobs, that should wrap up their latest case nicely, right? I think it's wonderful they get paid more and take vacations. Companies who face a little existential crisis like this tend to bounce back stronger than before. It's gonna end up making Amazons.com into an even bigger monster than it was before. Speaking as a rival CEO, I look forward to seeing where you go from here. Hi, BP working relationships, though we may reap the benefits years to come. Oh, cosmic. Well, Master, looks like you did it again. Congrats on a job well done. I'm sure the last thing you need right now is to go back to regular duties. So why don't you head back to the relaxation facilities for the time being? I have so many foreign guard hearts and no servants that eat them. I can't believe we ever came to such a thing. My decision to hire you as an outsourced employee was correct. I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink real fast before I voice the epilogue then. Alright, there we are. That reminds me, I did put someone in all of these, right? Yes. Oh hey, Surfer Mordred's almost done, as is Ereshkigal. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, the deliveries have all been... Yeah, there's still 200 floors left, 100 floors left to go, so... Well, 50, yeah. Yeah, there's 100 floors left, so I need to do all of those if I can. I need to at least get the gold foes, but, you know, might as well go all the way, right? I do have to be careful, though, because after the epilogue, they actually do start throwing real gimmicks at you. Here we go, end of the storyline, and I'll get the Holy Grail after this. No one here? I'm gonna miss this place. Most of that stuff isn't that hard still, true, I guess. Oh, you're still here. Have you been cleaning? The place looks spotless. You didn't have to go through all that trouble. Got a lot of use this place, so I just wanted to return the favor. I see, I already consider this working relationship win-win since you did your job so well, but if you insist. At any rate, we should head outside. I won't be able to cut the space off if we're still inside of it. I have to set it so that once I step through the portal, or the Kizate Pyramid Himeji Castle, was it? At any rate, it will sever the connection between this castle and my warehouse and the relaxation. Still, if you were to remain here and end up left behind and the connection is lost, I cannot say I would be displeased. Oh yeah, because we'd be stuck with her. Oh good, you're here. So you've come. Oh, but isn't me from this galaxy? Are you here to send me off as well? Hey, there's no denying that she's the one best suited to say goodbye on our behalf. Aside from Alex, of course. That said, I can't promise there's nobody else around watching from a distance. Do not misunderstand, I'm not here for anything so weak and touchy-feely as a send-off. I'm here as a queen of the Amazons because I realized I forgot to tell you something important. Oh, if this is about the resources you agreed to pay me for the trouble, I've already received them. I'm surprised you agree to that. A good question. Queen is one who readily admits when she's made an error in judgment. Any nation governed by royalty who refuses to admit they're at fault will never be brought to ruin. Indeed, the same can be said for companies' CEOs. Now what has he forgot to tell me? I've given some thought, and it stands to reason the man is in your world, galaxy, as well as in mine. And just as you were driven to end his existence here as in my world, I have no intention of letting him continue breathing in yours. Indeed, he must pay for his transgression no matter, so I would like to officially entrust you to kill the Achilles from your world. Is that all? Needless to say, we are firmly in consensus. And the same goes for you. Whatever it takes, make sure you kill your Achilles as well. Of course, while I don't expect to do anything differently than I have thus far, I swear on my queenhood I will. And as CEO, I promise you I'll hold up my end of the bargain. I'll be sure to send you a written agreement later attesting that, so please look over it when it arrives. It must be hard for you-know-who always being under proverbial crosshairs, no matter which world's version he is or what world he's in. Don't forget, in Little Alexander's interlude, he also has a bone to pick with Achilles. Good, I hope his life keeps getting harder. Serves him right. Though you know, I gotta say, I was hoping coming face to face with another version of herself would be the kick Penthesilea needed to help herself. But I guess that was wishful thinking. Really. When you stop and think about it, I'm not sure anything's actually changed for her except on the inside. Still, I guess it did accomplish the minimum goal I was shooting for, so there was that. Are you hoping Penthesilea would find some kind of solace? Hard to say. In the end, the only one could say what solace means to her is Penthesilea herself. The fact that it took this long to figure out something that obvious shows just how presumptuous I've been. So far as I'm concerned, all I ended up doing here was paying us back for helping us out. A beat-up Achilles event. Achilles is now punching bag. It's true, we do owe her a lot. I still remember how sad-eyed everyone in Troy was when Achilles killed you. How encouraging it was to see her and her golden warriors arrive. I really thought I knew what kind of firepower the Achaeans were packing, but then those precious few Amazons showed up to help, with Penthesilea insisting on upholding the Oracle's prophecy to atone her sins. Man, talk about awkward. Yeah, I figured the least I could do for an awkward get like that was to repay the debt I owe her. Was to stick my nose where arguably didn't belong and provide a little non-awkwardness where it was needed. That's why you convinced a Vespron to approach me back when I was twiddling my thumbs with nothing to do. I swear, you Trojans wouldn't know how to face a problem head-on if it bit you in the ass. Ah, it's Achilles, come on, big brother, Lord Apollo, let's get him! I wouldn't if I were you. I wouldn't want to make so much noise at Penthesilea and the CEOs to hear us. But hey, since we're all here, mind telling me something? I might have had a Vespron suggest something like that to you so we could get the ball rolling, so to speak, but you're the one who took him up on it. Why was that? If you got tired of being the hero of Achaea and decided you'd rather be a golem, I can understand, but I'm guessing that's probably not it, huh? Of course it's not it. dumbass. I mean, was the insult really what's that, some kind of insult? Oh, it's because I saw the other one of her for the first time. CEO, you mean? Yeah, I'd heard the rumors about her. When I found out she was real, I couldn't help but wonder how things stood between her. The other me, I assume, is out there where she's from. And yeah, I know she's not going to treat me any different. I don't know what happened to her that makes her go berserk just at hearing my name. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's my fault. I just figured out how to find out what it was, find out what happened, and why she ended up that way. But of course I couldn't ask her directly. I knew she'd go berserk the moment she saw my face. So instead he thought you'd try getting up all close and sneaky like a spy. I can see that. She might well have ended up dropping a hint or two in front of the carrier golem while she was talking with Master or someone. Wow, Apollo, looks like we've got a stalker on our hands. Oh, can it, Wolverbrains? Those aren't my brains, that's Apollo's divine fleece. So you figured it out then? Because I still got no clue. Must be all of a secret. I don't think she even told Master about it. No, can't say I did. I found out that she just hates me just as much, if not more, than regular Pensilia does. If her ranting wasn't enough, it's also pretty clear from how hard she hit me. Thus, I do have a pretty good idea of one thing now. Whatever the other me did must have been at least as humiliating as me complimenting her looks on the battlefield. Wait, don't tell me you actually regret that now, do ya? Hell no! I mean, if anything, I'm relieved I'm still me no matter where I go. Even if I might not exactly be everyone's cup of tea. Well, I guess it's hard to... You can't really please everyone. Like the saying goes, a hero to one person is a monster to another. I doubt that other me has any regrets either. All I can say for sure is the other me and her clearly have a strong connection as Penthesilea and me. I'm good with that. It might just be a connection forged from hate and fury, but still part of us. Funny how a joke turned up into the entire event. Yeah, they've done that for a handful of events. Sometimes it's handled well, sometimes not. Like, I did like this event, but I wasn't too big a fan of how Summer 4, the Hakosai event, kind of handled all those memes. And stuff. Just knowing this true everywhere we go is a win in my book. Ha! Funny how there's other versions of you just as hopeless as you isn't sure what I'd call a win. I don't know why you think it is. Maybe because you still got your youth. Either way, I hate it. Mind if I throw a rock at you? I'm not sticking around much longer. I wanted to say that I'm not your puppet. After all, I'm sure I would have found out the same thing on my own without your help. Don't fling your sour grapes just because you're mad you lost. Here, big brother, can find rocks, but I did grab roof tiles. Don't bother. Or he's already long gone, I swear. You'd think he had the decency to not show off how fast he can run, this old man whose back and legs are practically giving out. I mean, he barely looks like he's in his late 30s or early 40s if we're pushing it. He doesn't look that old. Your back aside isn't really bad for his servant's legs to give out. Yeah, no. Yeah, Summer 4, I do like the actual servants and the mechanic that came and the mechanics they have, but the event itself was definitely a bit of a letdown. And like I said, I do like this event specifically. It's a pretty neat one, even if it's mostly just a meme, but it works well for that. Had a few laughs, it was all good. Time to go? Alright, see you later, Mordred. Have a good one. If you should ever decide to get out to the Queen business and go into CEOing, let me know, and I'll happily send you a copy of my autobiography. I think you'd get a lot out of it. Right. As for you, your help has been invaluable. Thanks, it's been a great learning experience. I may have said this before, but I firmly believe that a crisis can lead to unprecedented opportunities. If it had not been for this predicament, I might never have broken out of my comfort zone and shifted Amazon.com's paradigm into more corporate outsourcing. I now know that relying on other companies for help can actually be quite nice. For that I'm grateful. In fact, I think I may just keep the system going. At this point, I would even be comfortable working with freelancers in addition. Perhaps I could call it Amazonist Flex Time. And tagline could be, now you too can be Amazon whenever you like. What do you think? In that case, maybe I'll work part-time again for you someday. Absolutely not. Why not? I may have only been helping for the back end, where I saw Senpai was excellent. Exactly, it'd be a waste to employ such talent and drive only part-time. Alex, I'll ask you once. Would you consider joining as an official full-time employee? Thank you, but I'm afraid I have other things I have to take care of. Oh, I see. That is a shame, but I understand. In that case, in light of all your exponential work, I'll make you a special honorary employee instead. Thank you, I'm honored. Alright, I'd best be on my way. I do not typically go for sentimentality, but I will say this. I believe this incident will stay with me for the rest of my life. It turned out to be a major chapter in the newest edition of my autobiography. Yeah, you'd think there'd be more chances for all of us to pitch in and have fun like this, but they don't actually come around that often, do they? Yeah, these tower events only seem to happen once every 2 years or so. I mean, there is one coming in a... I know there's a Galatea tower event that's similar, but otherwise I don't think there's any more coming for quite some time. Disappointing. Alright, I'll miss you, CEO Pent. As will I. No, scratch that. There was no need to miss me, a valued customer / honorary employee. If you wish to see me again, I'll be there. That is who we are and what we do. Remember, with a single click, Amazons.com will deliver anything, anywhere in the galaxy. Farewell, look forward to your next order. Afterward. After regaining its missing employees and recovering from the most dire straits it's faced since founding, Amazons.com went on to resume normal operations. Despite the setback, it quickly regained all the momentum it had lost and then some, going on to achieve greater success thanks to its new partnership with other companies. In time, Amazons.com began introducing innovative and timely new services and expanded their offerings with higher quality products to better match their customers' needs. Eventually, the Amazon CEO decided that securing a safe delivery route for employees would improve their quality of life and provide the company with tremendous resource savings. So she set about making arrangements to purchase a galactic highway. Although every expert shook their head and said it was too big of a challenge, she and her Amazons used the overwhelming muscular power to make it happen, leading them and the company growing further. Eventually, Amazons.com would become influential organizations in the Servantverse. That is a story for another time. I would not mind a sequel to this event. Nice. Excellent. Amazona's CEO set. Sadly, I do not have Penthesilea, but I appreciate having that. Extreme Artemis Tower. This is the challenge quest, I believe, for the taking on the 2 Penthesilias. Might not be a bad idea to give it a try, especially if, let me test something out. Does it still use the tiredness meter? No, it does not, so I can use full power later. Actually, I have nothing but full AP, so you know what? Let's go for it. Merlin. Alright, Berserkers, so I need something AoE. Lance. I could use Sieg, because he can loop very easily. But, no. Reshkigal would actually be quite good, since she can stack out. So, actually, Karna might be even better, because I think the Penthesilias all technically count as divine. Where even is Karna, actually? He has to be up here somewhere. Oh, right, here he is. Nice as Mash is, I think I might be better off using someone else. Someone else who can support. Ah, perfect. Not sure why Kojiro's in the back here. I don't need anything major from him, I just need a short, something with some starting charge would be good. Actually, not even that. Here we are, Golden catches the cart, perfect. And Sherlock, he'll be... Oh, I exceeds the limit. HP recovery amount. Actually, his NP does heal, wouldn't be too bad. NP strength. Cards, no. I guess that's good enough. Alright. go. Challenge quest, the 2 Penthesilias. Until that person is defeated. Warm up. Time to kick off the Alliance training. Training, more training. Status here. 3 turns, decrease attack. Frustrating, but I can work with this. MP gain up is what I need this for. Here we go. Syphilis. Party guts. Wasabi Shakti. No, oh crap, it doesn't say overgauge, which means, yep. Dang, that debuff was a lot harder than I thought. Amazon's delivery service. Alright. No matter. 3,000's a pretty good store.
Okay.
Amazon. Right, I keep forgetting that. Procreation EX. The Wasabi Shakti time.
神々の王の慈悲を知れ。絶滅とはこの一つし。インドライブ、刮目しろ。焼き尽くせ。ワサビシャティ。お客さん。なし。
ささやかに。電気を確認しよう。
Zone delivery service.
Okay. おや、合意する。行くかい？切り込む。どうだい？せっ。
ブラッシュアップ。
Don't be so cautious. Strike decisively. Oh, she removed the buffs. How annoying. I will just get out of here then for the moment. it's probably worth command sealing those. Alright, more archers, so that means more lancers needed. Do I have any more AoE lancers? No, not a saber. Fine, I'll use Karna. But if I'm using Karna, I'm bringing low stars here because I absolutely do not need anyone else. Karna can solo this thing by himself, no matter what it is. The customer seems to be a soldier.
全てを差し出す時だ。貴様も俺も。細かすぎるとは思う。いよいよ行くぞ。
Zombie executed. Zombie excited for package. Roommate preparing cremation.
スーリアよ、ご昇覧ある。もはや戦場に呵責なし。
Dang, there's a lot of weird implications with these enemy names.
空前絶後。シャクティ。
Oh, the zombie has a more faded skin color, I mean.
心眼を持って王子に貴様を見る。そしていい。 合意する。静かに。
Yeah, they're not levels, so I can forget about them helping in any capacity.
素晴らしい。我が騎士団に加えたいほどの猛者だな。
Well, I'm not gonna say no to an extra hero's proof. Bam. Assassins, eh? So I need more casters with damage dealing. No, actually, she doesn't require it. Shakespeare. Chris. I should probably level up Nitocris a bit more, if only so I can easily clear waves with her. Although, since instant death only works on bronze enemies, and there's not many of those once you start getting to Lost Belt stuff, it's not gonna matter as much. I might as well bring Mephistopheles, because it's not like I'm gonna be using him, right? I should probably finish leveling up him, if only because his third skill is actually moderately useful, even if it's mostly a silver bullet of sorts. Pretending to be out A+, presence concealment A. Preparing for execution. Death chance up. Alright, let's just do this then.
暗黒の飛べ恐怖のアントゥーネルダズ
Oh, not lucky. Not bad. Very lucky.
悲劇を差し上げよう
Execute cruel punishments.
仕方ありませんね。おの気が合いますね。苦しみなさい。ホルアクティ
勝利を獲得しましたぞでは記念に詩を作りましょう
Saber mine. Oh yeah, I was gonna check out what the piece, how many Saint Quartz pieces I have.
何か物入りかなではどうぞこちらへ神は細部に
How many can I make?
たとえ
201
認識され
quartz.
なくてもね細かな作業こそ成功の近道さ
I'm a few off, unfortunately, because I missed some weeks. Mechanical noises coming from the floor. Oh dear. Some more Lancers, I mean. Recipient A, recipient B, buyer.
Hiya!
マジでかよいしょ
Dang it, of course they go for Paul Bunyan immediately.
Hiya! Hee hee!
あらよあらよった
ヒーヒー はいよ了解
Is it gonna hurt? Slide crash. Zero stand shooting. Guess the team I'm using isn't strong enough. Still alive? Dang. Well, it won't be soon. There we are. Oh, I thought it was 2 waves. Embarrassing for me. But Taiga handled it, so I'm not worried. Delivery of pet food. Berserker, so I can bring anything. Good, good, good. Actually, since I can bring anything, Santa Cats. He should be strong enough to solo whatever, so I guess I could bring Shershi for stun utility. I guess one of the low-star assassins just for utility would be nice. If nothing else, Sanson has a heal that can be used on others. Okay, now this does have 2 waves. Second gen Tamachan's holder. Actually, since I have a Brave Chain going here, I'll do this. Stink Eye. Might as well use this then. Syndicat's Brave Chain should finish this off. This Brave Chain should do it even if she misses all of her crits. Full Tamachan. Increase critical strength, and this one is decrease critical rate. We'll go ahead and use the party heal. Alright, Santa Cats, do your magic. Piggy time. Oh nice, some bond levels for everyone. A customer who ordered mysterious medicine. Caster Coup is gonna be good here. I always use Shershi, so let's bring Medea, and let's just be safe and bring Caster Shooten. To battle speed.
そこまでや。うちが全部きれいに片付けたるす。の？
任せとけ。
はあ、どないやろな。
I do like that Shuten sounds pretty relaxed, but I do think people will go a bit overboard with the SMR thing. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not gonna crap on the VA. She definitely does a great job.
これはどう？
Here we are. Swift spin.
いけず
そう？
行くか。
絶望なさい。
折れろ。
Ow. Admire the fleece and restore your HP.
仕留めてあ
Protection from arrows A.
ま
げる。よくてよ。
あまあそないに
Might as well get all these NPs charged.
残念。
Oh dang, one person who couldn't be hit. Lucky for me.
任せとけ。ああ、行くか。はっ。ほら、焼き尽くすぜ。
At least once Caster gets his buff later on, he becomes an absolute monster. Or is that more because the supports released around his time work with him so well? I guess not a big deal, but I will say it's a bit annoying that Medea has a reduced damage modifier on her NP for no reason. It deals heavy damage, but technically deals AoE damage, despite her being a single target NP.
お座りええ子あげるわ
あまり使いたくはないのです。
Magic Fender Girl, Kuzu Massacre. Apply a sure hit to yourself, deal significant inflict poison.
あまり使いたくはないの。
No, not the apprentice pharmacist, the subscription frequenter.
あまり使いたくはないのです。
とっておきをくれてやる。
術、術、世のその場所。ドゥールブレイカ
ほな行くで大手砕いてとろかして同胞少女くずり大
Sometimes, for anyone who doesn't play, there's Caster Shuten's NP is a bit unique because sometimes her buddy Ibaraki shows up in it in the animation. It's a cute addition, I think, even if it doesn't affect the damage or anything. It's just a cute animation change.
ええ。
ええのどないやろな
これはどう？
成敗
Caster Shuten's a parody of magical girl stuff.
冗談冗談
It also makes me sad Magi Record didn't do well. I actually quite like the grid-based gameplay and the fact some of the attacks would hit an AoE, so you'd have to consider where to hit the most enemies you could.
イニシアチブを握り続ける。それが
Here we are. Order of Christmas goods. Ooh, I don't think I have enough riders for this. I may have to resort to berserkers. No, I can use Martha, but I should probably bring some more single-target riders for... some single-target berserkers might help, like Ibaraki wouldn't be a bad addition to the team. Just no assassins. But I can probably bring Hans for additional support. Yes, this should suffice. And hoarding non-seasonal foods.
少しばかり誇張して書いてやる。ゲルダの涙よ、心を溶かせ。いいぞ。
水郷よな。しか
Yeah, this will be fine.
そら。
Ugh.
まったく
Here we are.
本気か
Okay, good. Shooting Doji's doing pretty well, I think. Looks like this is the only one here, so... Or debuff for one enemy. Increase Buster Core effectiveness, deal heavy damage, and greatly decrease defense to all enemies. Martian Leben.
もう締め切りか仕方ない
Alright, this should be good.
ではお前の人生をか
Allow me to pen the story like oh god.
メルヘンマイだ
リヴァイアさん
Tarask.
今は人を守
Child
り
of
し
Life. Now guard your people. Oh. And that dang that was fast. But I appreciate it. Oh dang, I didn't think Martha would be able to do that high damage. Dang.
祈りましょう
Customer is dressed as a knight. Sabres, eh? A Saber Lily to save on some Fergus and someone else I don't need. Well, I guess I don't need Fergus, so I can just save up and bring Bedivere. There we are. Excellent. First paying cash, immediately uses points. Oh, 1 out of 1, eh?
不急にして不屈
In that case, I should be able to beat it with just Saber Lily herself.
不急にして不屈
This is only for himself, right? Yes, it is. Caliburn. Sword section. Granting your power. Leave the wicked, Caliburn. Well, I don't believe Caliburn is the sword of selection, the sword in the stone, I mean. I will at least acknowledge that Fate made an effort to indicate that the sword pulled from the stone and the Excalibur were two different swords. A lot of adaptations like to make them the same thing, which is not technically accurate.
お任せを行きますかふわっやっさあ
Probably better off doing this to put Bedivere at the end. Bedivere actually does pretty good. I think Bedivere might actually do more face card damage than her. As nice as a Brave Chain from Fergus would be, he's not leveled, so yeah. Saber Lily and Bedivere are absolutely better investments.
力の差があったそれだけのことよ
Excellent. More materials, more of everything. The customer is covered with minerals. Sheesh, yet another assassin target. Well, there haven't been too many... rider target, I mean. Unfortunately, I don't have many assassins here, but I might have something... Yeah, I guess, Skahak will do. But if she isn't enough, I'll bring, Yeah, honestly, I think I should be able to do this with just face cards and the... Yeah, this is fine. Not ideal, just fine. Two 1 out of 2, okay. As I was afraid would be the case. Alright, we'll just use a quick chain in order to get as much NP, as much quick stars as we can for crits. 33, eh? Not ideal, but will suffice, I guess. Do.
了解です。
Jekyll's NP is a nice gimmick, but unfortunately it's just really not good. Come on, can't you guys go after Skahawk to any extent?
了解。
それ
Whatever.
もいいな。
そうだ。
Overnight Dream. Guest scenes.
それもいいな。
了解。
了解です。
踊れ。
Of course.
えいやった。
そうだ。そうだ。
I have had really rotten luck with these chains. Yeah, I think Skahawk being a 4-star means she's gonna have higher damage than all these no matter what I'm doing pretty much. Yeah, see what I mean?
そうだ。
It's Primordial Rune
たま
C.
には上手にな。
Use the party heal.
了解。了解。
Jekyll. We should be, yeah, I should easily get his MP from this. It'll be nice to show off, though I warn it's not a very good one. It's a gimmick, nothing more. Well, hard to say nothing less because there isn't much less.
いいぞ。それ。
Good, a quick chain. We can go in the next one with those.
そうだ。
頑張りましょう。
Jewel party host. Guest day. Yes. Increase arts card or critical strength.
下ろしますね。
That's all, huh? That's all I needed, really. Yeah, basically, Dangerous Game switches Jekyll to Hyde. If anything's left to no, I'll do that here, so in case Shisho kills them all, in case Skahawk kills them all.
私は世界を動かせず、けれど世界は私を鈍
Can't
ら
move
せ
the
ない。
world, will the world can't slow me down?
どうぞごめんあ
Please
そば
forgive
せ。
me and participate in my
私の
foolish act of
無知な
murder.
殺人にお付き合いくださいまし。ラ・レーブ・アンソレイへ。さようなら。
Goodbye, beloved.
愛されるあなた。
Dangerous game.
飲むしか
I have no choice but to drink.
ないのか。
He needs an animation update. Presumably to make him actually drink the potion that switches him to Hyde. Class change. As you can see, he's now
雨の
Berserker.
国へ連れて行こ
It's a neat gimmick, but it really doesn't work very well. Which I guess is why the devs never attempt another servant that swaps their class to it. There are some that can change their affinities so that they lose their weakness or whatever, but yeah.
う。そうだ。
Main thing going for Hyde is that after... Yeah, he can't use his NP anymore after that. So he can't swap back, even though his profile directly says he can drink it again to switch back to Jekyll. But the good news is the max increase for HP and Busters is permanent, and he gets a full heal, which is nice. If you could swap between the two, I actually think there'd be a lot of neat stuff he could do, but... Yeah, if he's Hyde, he get all of his doubles. The attack double... bonus doubles. He has twice the chance of stunning the enemy. It's really fun, but again, not practical.
勝利ですマスター。キャッホ
A very tall customer. Oh my.
やあいら
What am I full on? Oh, 170, so I need to level someone. I guess sure she's probably as good as any. Oh dang, I must have gotten all two times too. Nice. Pages, might as well. Ascension.
豚にしたいほど愛してるよマジで
I'd say it's a bit weird that she wants to turn people she likes into pigs, but given, you know, the people she turned into pigs ended up eaten. But then again, maybe it was like The Simpsons. Wait a minute, those pigs I ate were my friends? Yes, that's what I've been yelling at you for the past hour. It's not this one. I want to at least get Shershi to her 3rd skill because that's a pretty nice. It'll be nice having the option. Ascension. Oh dang, her 3rd artwork is actually a lot different from her.
いにしえのティーターンの霊気は我が地脈を巡らいざ大いなる英知はキルケイの翼となりて
Navigation
羽ばたかん
advice. It's alright. Anyone else? Ooh, yeah, 20 proof of heroes. I'm sorry, Hector, but I can't invest in something like that. It's just not going to happen. We'll probably get to one of the coups, or even Fiona at this point. Then again, I guess Meph does have a nice 3rd skill. It's an extremely specific niche, but it's a niche that's actually relevant since it blocks buffs. Unless it's a permanent one. Ooh, it's, yeah, it looks like I have a lot of dusts with 200 right now, but I guarantee you that's not going to last the moment I get a certain someone. I guess for as bad as Fergus is, he's not as bad as Saber Gills and something, I guess. I want to avoid anyone that uses dusts, if we're honest, or proof of heroes. Yeah, I guess Billy the Kid's fine. At least an archer using guns makes some sense. Makes a lot more sense than some of the other archers that don't use bows, because guns are technically what replaced bows. Not that bows have trouble killing people, quite the opposite. It's just that guns are... You can basically teach someone to be a good gunner over a weekend, while an good archer takes about a lifetime. Oh.
おっとありがとう
Ooh, bones. I'm sorry, I can't
そろそろ
invest on
クエ
the
ストに
bones.
戻るいいよ
Bone Hell is the one thing I've never escaped. I thought I was out of it for a while, but then I saw, oh crap, the upcoming servants need them. What does Fergus ask for? No ascension here.
我ながら
What does he ask for exactly? Oh yeah, hero proofs. I'm sorry, Fergus, I can't afford that. I can't afford dusts. Bones. I'm sorry, no bones. Or hero proofs. Feathers are fine, but Boudica feels like a rough sell. Babbage wouldn't be too bad, I guess, but his animations take 12 billion years. Also, he still has the problem all the other casters do. Nidocris, are you that expensive? Not really, actually. Very well, Nidocris shall be next. I don't hate Nidocris or anything, rest assured. She just didn't really fit too many places in my team, especially since I have Sieg for all my NP looping needs, but now that I've got the resources to raise her, I see no reason not to. Here. One step closer.
魔術の腕が上がるのはいい
Probably should use some of these caster ones as well. Don't know why I didn't think of that. Oh yeah, I was saving them because Tomomo no Mai might be the one I choose from the 5-star ticket coming in April. Here we are. And here we go. Ascension.
今や私は真なるファラオ以前のような未熟者ではありませんさあどうぞこちらへマスター今宵はたっぷりあなたにとって最も優れたサーバントが誰なのかを享受して差し上げましょう
Oh, Aresh is done. Jason probably isn't too far behind either. I can afford to bring Berserkers without Alante. But Berserkers I probably shouldn't just bring. Let's bring Lobo just for some insurance here. Dang, good luck there. Oh dang, for a 2-star, he did way more damage than some of the 3-stars I've been doing. Oh dang. Caligula's really wrecking house, as is Adelante. Holy balls. Spriggan stealing neighbor's package, raw. Yeah, much as I'd like to get that Lobo Brave Chain, I absolutely need to do it this way.
いいだろう。分かった。ああ。二大神に立てます。
Overkill. Excellent. Spriggan's all that's left.
くらえ。
Evade. Yeah, he's doing way more damage than you expect a 2-star to do. Holy crap. I love it. Oh dear, if he crits someone, they're about to get obliterated. Yeah, if he crits anyone, he's going to obliterate them. It's the best I can do to help. There we are. Good QP, a tough customer, Avenger. One tough customer. Fortunately, I don't have any more wound cancers, so this might be a bit of a problem. Oh no, assassins are what I need. Well, actually, I could use the Ellies into assassins. Perfect. Jiro and Salome, I guess. With the Mecha Ellies, I'm pretty much safe for here, so I should be fine. Security Watchdog Wolf, Security Watchdog Boar Piglet. Alright, Kojiro. Earn your title as Regent. Mecha Ellie. Alright, Salome should be able to finish that one off by herself. Security watchdog leader. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. This is going to be more tricky than I expected.
全兵装ロック解除
承知。
テイクオフスタートプレアソニックシャワーラン展開ブレストゼロエリジェーベトどう
That crit hurt.
何もなかったわ何もなかったエイザ粒子展開
心得
粉砕しまいいでしょうデスパッター敵へ
せっかし一刀にて証を示す。
気持ちがいい遊びましょうよどう綺麗なお盆でしょ
Oopsie. Yeah, this team's not gonna do it. I need an AoE assassin. I do not have many options for that. Not many left, anyway. Guess I'll have no choice but to break out Gray for this. Kojiro can stay, but I need something more definitive. I guess this is fine. Dance with some babes. Let's shuffle a bit, see if I can't get a better set of Gray's cards. Not ideal. But I guess this'll do. Dang it, stop focusing on Salome. Excellent. Oh, that's a crit. Lucky crit. Yeah, focus on Gray or Koji, if you please. Those I can actually deal with.
よし来た。おっと、そういうご命令か。
墓守の秘宝お見せします。
Unfortunately, there's no lawful good enemies here.
望んで堕落さ。
食らってやろうぜ。
疑似人格停
Ringo
止
Mini.
第2段階限定解除開始。
脱病ロンゴミニアド気持ちがいい。お願いあっと。
I hate that Gray has a mostly quick focused skill set, but oh, come on, really?
承知。せっかし一刀にて証を示す。さあ仕掛け時とみたもいかに。
おっと、そういうご命令か。
心得た。心得た。見せどころよな。
やります。
食らってやろうぜ。
Yeah, 3 quicks and a
よし来た。
plus for a key. Are you serious?
よし来た。
あっと。
任せな。
This is no good. I'm not gonna win now. Now that I had a chance of winning, period. I need a better berserker. Damacat was already used, though. Actually, how about instead of Salome, I'm going to bring a single target berserker, yes. Jeanne d'Arc, Alter, Berserker. Be much better, I'd say.
黒源のサバトの始まりよ。カラスが歌い羅刹と化すわ。行くわ。
食らってやろうぜ。
Yeah, look at that damage.
修羅になるわ。
And she protects herself each turn, which is very wonderful, I'd say.
それね。やります。叩くわ。はっ。お願い。あっと。はっ。羅刹と化すわ。行くわ。
承知。
やります。はっ。
遅いな。
せっ。修羅になるわ。
There we are. I need to get rid of that boar immediately. Ah, luckily he wasted his turn on Jalter there.
叩くわ。行くわ。はっ。お願い。はっ。 それねキリス
食らってやろうぜ
It's probably the better way to go. Yeah.
よし来た
せい
Excellent. I just have to hope they don't target Jalter as much as before, which is a tall order, admittedly.
Hakamori no hihou お見せします
おっとそういうご命令か
望ん
食らってやろうぜ
切り裂きます
Alright, Ringo Miniad. Rongo Bongo.
古き神秘よ
OH Mixtus. Mixtus.
甘きなさ
Sweetest
こ
original.
とごとく目に帰
よし来たよし
る遠間なら
こいつか
Darn it. Oh, good. Let's get
羅
this.
刹と化すわ 修羅になるわ墓守の秘宝お見せします叩くわ行くわ叩く
Alright,
わ
we're gonna go with this one.
まだまだシリアクタと化せ
Dang it. How do you survive that? I am so pissed off. Increase NP gauge and decrease HP. Blast.
行くわ
Gonna have to do this
行くわ
again because I need to save the NPs. I just have to hope Jalter survives. Overgauge. Alright, as long as he doesn't attack Jalter twice, I can win.
修羅になるわ
Got it. Alright, good, he went after Gray. This means I've won.
羅刹と化すわ
Now what's the overcharge here? Deal heavy damage, decrease. Okay, so I need to do that one first. Ringo Miniad. Quick burn, yeah.
刻むわ行く
This should
わ
be perfect.
疑似人格停止
Ringo Miniad.
第2段階限定解除を開始
抜病文豪ミニアド炎は獣に竜は我が手にくさびを破壊し命の鎖を引きちぎるペルターボルトフォイアドラヘ
Burn, overcharge. Oh wow, that didn't do any damage at all.
修羅になるわ
That's disappointing because I'm pretty sure I can't win anymore. Of course he goes after Jalter 3 times, why wouldn't he? There's nothing I can do now. Yeah, quit with the... Oh,
みかんや
completed this.
鍋焼きうどんにも勝るふと興味を
A tough customer. Alright, we have to bring out the big guns here. I can't use Sherlock because rulers are weak to Avengers. Rongo Bongo can stay, honestly, but this one I need to Koji, I need to upgrade to someone who's actually important. Actually, no. Do I have a? I guess I'm bringing Assassin's. Shiki's going to be really good for this. Where is Shiki? Here she is. And I'm going to want to change my Mystic Code to a serious one. Yeah, this is good. I have to bring my A game for this one.
出番か人使いの荒いやつだ
羅刹と化すわ行くわそれね叩くわそれ行くわはっシリアクタと化せ修羅になるわ
Alright, decrease HP in exchange for some. Yeah, that. A brave chain from.
よし来た
お願いあっとあっと
任せな
羅刹と化すわ
Focus on gray if you could. Oh, and one to Jalter is absolutely not a problem.
行くわ
食らってやろうぜ
はっせはっ修羅になるわ
なんだよ
切り裂きます
食らってやろうぜ
そこだ
よし来た
お願い
おっとそういうご命令か
墓守の秘宝お見せします
Yeah, this is fine. Jalter will charge up her NP bonus.
古き神秘よ死にたい甘き謎よことごとく目に帰る
おっとそういうご命令か
いいぜやればいいんだよ
切り裂きます
なんだよあいつ
せ羅刹と化すわ修羅になるわ
ああ吐き気がするやれよなんだよ
Depth perception. Depth perception, not
じ
depth.
ゃない
浮世は終わりだって先に言ってる
羅刹と化すわ
At invincible.
刻むわそれ
Buster
ね
Brave chain.
行くわ
And most of those are crits, so hopefully this will be enough. And she's guaranteed to survive one last turn unless he activates an instant kill, which to be fair is not impossible.
鎖を引きちぎれペルカーボルトフォイアドラーヘ
Oh nope, I got it.
シリアクタとカセラセ
Jalter Zerker came through.
この刀に切れぬものはないのよ手作りだけど
Oh nice, I already completed the Master Week mission.
大事な荷物を運んでいるという緊張
This event's enemies get a massive total HP gauge and super compliant quest. Battling. Damage you deal will be added. Reduce the total to 0 to defeat the enemy once for all. Alright, so the tiredness meter still
先
applies.
輩はどんなお持ちの食べたせいで達成感が失う
Customer doing a ritual. Since this is an easy one, I can go back to using Blackbeard and some support. Oops, I forgot to switch to the other Mystic Code. I'll have to do that in the next quest.
では参りましょう。速やかに殲滅します。
楽しいでしょ
では行くぞ。任されて。で、
Alright, Blackbeard.
油断大敵ですな。拙者の怒りが打ちおって行くでござる行くでござるクイーンアンズリベンジ一方的ですよ
気持ちがいい
はいお任せいいでしょ
Might as well.
うまだ終わりではないですよ任されはいパッ勝利の天秤はこちらに傾いたようですお疲れ様でした
That'll teach you to ritual summon monsters without the proper ritual card. I don't know, stretching it for a reference there. A sled order. Archers. Oda. Maga. Altera. Robin Hood should be good. Vacationing Big Brother Reindeer Man, and I forgot to change my Mystic Code again. Yeah.
プレゼントフォーユーわしに任せよ皆殺しじゃぜひもなし
だらけだぜ
できるとも
Three-line formation.
三千世界に屍を晒すがよい これが魔王の三段節じゃ。
おかえり
キャンディーケイン。痛いぞ。よかろう。でわしじゃ。司令。さらばじゃ。
Vacation Big Brother Reindeer Man. Vacationing Little Brother Reindeer Man.
おいしい相手かい。来いよ。おい好きだらけだぜ。そーらこっちこっち。おかえり願うお兄さん。はいはい一丁上がり。
あためうんできるとも。キャンディーケイン。次はこう使う。行くぞ。キャンディークッキーロールケーキ。
よーしんじゃあレストラン行こうぜマスター。
Cute golden customer. More lancers. Yeah, Cha-Cha alongside an actually good lancer like Vlad. And yeah, Kagatora as well. Vlad alone should be able to handle this. Alright, I need these. Nooby 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 nooby.
チャチャの魅力に恐れ多い。チャチャのなんかすごい力をくらえ。このチャチャが
How cute.
チャチャのなんかすごい力をくらえ。
Supposedly she only has like a 3% chance of falling like that or something like that.
皆殺しで九末は天高く掲げるべし。
Buster Brave chain with Cha-Cha. You're not going anywhere. Come on. Dude. Well, I guess if all else fails, Vlad can easily solo this. And it's fine that he's got taunt on himself because he resists archers. Arts chains. Here we are. Do 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 do.
もちろんこのチャチャのおかげよな。見ておったかます。
Yeah, that was a lot of dialogue. Sorry to cut that short, but it's getting too long. Nature-friendly customer. This should be a good combo.
全然いけるし超余裕だしあかしこまり邪魔
ほう面倒だどうだ
Yeah, please focus on Caesar. He can actually take a punch.
かしこまり
ほう面倒だ
邪魔
Yeah, Suzuka's probably even better because she's actually pretty durable, surprisingly durable.
面倒だ
かしこまり
どうだ
よっ
There we are. Let's see if we can get any more Suzuka cards here. Perfect. Use a little night music here. Yes, I did max that entirely for the purposes of making this better. Protection of the moves would be perfect. Buster up.
マジ上がる
Divine power.
いいじゃんいいじゃん
Charisma. Tactics. With this, we should get full power Suzuka. Now we get to really see what kind of damage she can do. Well, for the most part, I don't have Merlin for her absolute max.
宗師枕を紐解けば音の空気大統領文術剣大神道恋愛葉っぱ
That's some good satisfying crit damage.
すまない正直今回のステージは三流だった
A customer busy writing. Oh dear, I'm starting to run low on riders. I guess it's time to break out Rider Ishtar. Well, I guess Marie Antoinette could still work here. And she's reasonably strong. I should be able to use filler here. Not an assassin, but I can use... the Mecha Ellie-chans would be great, actually. Alter Egos don't resist the 3 classes. They beat the cavalry classes, but they do at least deal with some decent extra damage.
私に頼るのねいいでしょう任せなさい何もなかったわ
Innocent Kaiju.
何もなかったわよいしょ破壊するエイザ粒子展開粉砕しよく見ておくよ管理する無産しますかデスバスター粉砕します黙っていて敵へ成功は無駄です
Dang, Marie Antoinette missed an 80% crit chance.
聞きません聞きません黙っていてよく見ておくように
A buster from
無
all
産し
3.
ますか回避許しませんこういう感じよろしくていいでしょう命令しないで管理するターゲット捕捉
Activating online shopping life. Okay, if I'd known this was Hans, I wouldn't have bothered. The Mecha Ellie, yeah, for anyone who doesn't play this game, these two Mecha Ellies are exactly the same. Basically, in an event themed around kaiju battles, you got to choose one of them to stay with you, but if you were there for both, the original and its rerun, you could get both of them. There's another rerun in case anyone missed those, but you can only choose one more. Because there's not going to be, as far as we're aware, there's no more reruns after that. At least we can see all 3 NPs now.
締め切り3秒前と見た。
コンバットオープン第1章第3者による制圧完了。さようなら。締め切り3秒前と見た。テイクオフスタートプレアソニックシャワーラン展開グレートゼロエリジェネット終わりました。祈祷します。パイロットはクールダウンの準備をしておくように。
Bean deliveries, nice, extreme.
大事な荷物を運んでいるという緊張感、お客様の笑顔、そしてモーニングアマゾネス CEO スターが肉をえぐる手応え。やはり現場はいい。
A moaning coming from the delivery address. Oh dear. It's Berserker, so I can use anything I want, so... Chen. 100 personas. We change that. Iris Veil. Should be a good combo. Excellent. Actually, I should reshuffle here, see if I can get some more of Chen's cards. Slightly, yes. Chunggong cannot yeet himself, so he just goes with the furthest left party member. It's actually possible to survive with Guts, as I believe I did last time, but yeah. Sacrifice does bypass invincibility, but it does not bypass Guts, I believe. Dang. Sabre Ellie keeps surprising me. I keep thinking she's a lot weaker than she actually is. Ooh, nice. I can make Elizabeth another bullet if I need to. Excellent. Now, I could just use Ellie and finish Brave Ellie's face cards because she's pretty strong for that, but that's not as fun.
奇策冷血をもって終わらせましょう。炸裂するは規格一陣。必要な犠牲でした。
There we are.
やはり戦場はいい。勝利してなお次の戦いに胸が弾みます。
Jingong's pretty fun, but I guess I need to find more ways to use him. A silent customer. Oh dear, I guess I should have saved him, huh? Then again, I should be able to do this pretty easily. Paracelsus is really, really weak, but his support from his skills is absolutely difficult to say no to. Can I fish for a Brave Chain here? I guess Paracelsus' Brave Chain is good enough. Oh man, a critical. His damage isn't too bad when he actually gets criticals. But I guess that's a big if, because he doesn't have anything to facilitate being a crit servant. Here we are. One-star review generating machine. Elena's... Dang. Elena's a fun servant, but the problem is she's been power corrupt by these days. I mean, buffed elements, NP and star, basically all that is on Jinako's first skill. Jinako's a main pool 5-star, not a... I guess this is good. Main pull 5-star, though I guess it's hard to pull. So I guess it's hard to pull any 4-star in this game. There's actually a pretty huge meme that there was never any pity meter, and some people even resisting it because I can kind of get the logic that there's that no pity means the ones who do get are supposed to be that much more special, but at the same time, pity systems aren't really there for the purposes of whales, because they're going to whale anyway. They're going to spend as much as they want. Nor are they for free-to-plays, because, well, they're just going to do what me and all the other free-to-plays do, just save up and then get the server they want. No, it's for people who only spend a middling amount on the game, because they're going to look at and see that they're close to the pity rate, and they're like, oh man, maybe I should spend just a bit more to break the pity rate. As nice as pity rates are, you don't want to fall into the illusion that they're intended for the player's benefit. Wow, that thing really loves rapid movement. It's not... But yeah, it's not because they're suddenly feeling generous, it's because it does genuinely add to revenue. The fact that it prevents those scary stories like 2,000 staying courts, no SSRs, yeah, those can't happen again, and that's a nice bonus, but like I said, it's for the people who spend a middling amount on the game.
いいわ。
台無し。
水よ。
There we are. Do-do-do, do-do-do. At least this is going to be a lot easier now that I'm getting closer and closer to my A teams. Man, horse customer. Oh, it's... Oh, that's just 8. Unfortunately, though, I am running low on assassins. Yeah, I don't... Guess I can bring Mash to this. Alright, let's see how it works. Fingers crossed.
そっか。ああ。こっちだ。
Poke, poke. They're poking Hiratsugu in the eye there.
はい、楽しみます。せーの、
こっちだ。
Oh, dang it, really? Shopping obsessed centaur. I guess the luck I've been having, I was due for... Oh, I was gonna say my reserves are missing some pretty high crits here. Excellent, brave chain from Wu. Looks like I want to do Kiritsugu's first. So I'll do precisely that. Alright, Brave Chain from Kiritsugu. This should take out this enemy here. Excellent. Excellent, got good luck with the Imperial Privilege. Alright, time for a quick Brave Chain from Wu. Manual Luxation. Dang, she really cleaned house, didn't she? Delivery address is full of gatekeepers. Yep, it's time for Rider Ishtar. So I can bring these unrelated servants just so that the bonds are raised. There.
手加減してくれよ。おい来た。
行くか。
Art's Chain. Not that I expect Angra's NP to really do anything, but hey, it's helping Rama charge his, so no complaints on my end. It does suck losing Ishtar's only Buster card though, but... well, tough choices have to be made.
行くぞ。
Excellent, I can do an Ishtar chain here. I actually really do like Rider Ishtar. Her battery kind of sucks, but she's pretty flexible since she has a nice mix of party support and self buffs. Oops, don't know why I put her as the bottom when she needs it the least. But hey, I've got everyone's NP up now. Not sure why I'm doing this, but oh well. Yeah, I don't even need it. Super Receiving Gatekeeper. This does bonus... Rama's NP does bonus damage to demonic enemies. Are Sphinxes count as demonic? Guess I'll find out, won't I? Alright. Party Buster up. Some people like to keep Rider Ishtar at level 1 and just have her skill at level 10 here so that she can buff the party, then get inevitably defeated, but I don't know. Actually, I should probably just use hers alone. Yeah, I'll start with hers. And if it survives, I'll use Brahmastra. She shouldn't, theoretically shouldn't kill with her NP. As long as she doesn't crit, it's over, yeah. Oh dang, she killed. Oh well. I can show off Rama's NP some other time. Nice support. Nice, QP rewards at least. Although QP is not really a well-designed thing, in my opinion. It's basically the equivalent... for anyone who doesn't play this game, the QP... I guess I should show it off here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the QP here. This is basically the obligatory gacha currency that they give you from every quest to make it seem like you're getting something, but in reality it's only valuable in large quantities. For example, it's about 163 million to max out a 5-star on... So yeah, it's pretty, yeah, it's individually it's not that valuable. You have to get a lot. However, because of the way this game works, you're either always going to be running dry, or you're going to have so much that the system might as well not exist at all to you. Berserkers, huh? Salter would be good to bring for this, just because she's that strong. Sherlock Holmes would be good because he counters moon cancers. And someone to assist them. Waver's good enough. He has to get used eventually. I'm starting to reach the end. I don't think I'm gonna reach the next 10 floors if we're honest. But we'll see how far I can get. Alright, a tough customer. If it's a Moon Cancer, it has to be either Janako or BB. Those are the only two that exist in the game right now. I do hope eventually we get Archimedes as a Moon Cancer, though. Bonus collecting Fiend A. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes, I believe, has the highest attack power of all rulers right now, at least as of the NA server. I don't know if the JP server added any more, but he is about as absurdly strong as you expect. And Salter is extremely good for a 4-star. Oh dang, that was a crit. There we are. Yep, it's Janako. Collecting different shops' game perks. Yeah, the only gimmick for these floors that they have break bars. I'm not too worried about it. Excalibur Morgan time. Actually, no. I can actually help Excalibur Morgan be even better by doing it this way. Actually, it might help to do this as well, because this gives Sherlock debuff immunity, so if the enemy's break bar includes debuffing us, I don't have to worry about it. Elementary, my dear. Excalibur. To debuff the enemy's Excalibur Morgan, to obliterate them, and just an arts card to get Sherlock's NP up again. Simple. Sherlock Holmes is still one of my favorite servants in the game, period. My absolute favorite is a bit hard to gauge. There's just so many that are really interesting as characters or as units to use in combat. So. Amusing, she's going after the one person who doesn't mind being attacked by her. This offering, I'll be invincible. Inflict NP seal and give us lots of... Yeah, there we are. Likewise, use this to also give a large amount of critical stars. There we are. A brave chain from Salter should be pretty good. It's not gonna kill, but it will bring him very close. All three NPs are here. It doesn't matter what the cards are now. Here we go, this should do it. For everyone who doesn't play this game and wondering why it's Zuling, or how we pronounce it for waiver, they keep calling waiver. Basically, they did some, at launch, they did some weird stuff to try and make waiver playable. So basically, Zuling is using waiver's body. Salter does such great damage given mine is only NP1. I love it. Oh crap, this is gonna clear them all, isn't it? Ganesh Impact. Alright, Sherlock's one. I hate gravity.
覚えて
Oh my, we're in a Sherlock solo now. Prepare, Janako. Ooh. I'm afraid you're in my territory now. Oh crap. What is it? Invincible. For one turn? Are you kidding me? Well, fine. Add the evade here, but more importantly, we're going to be getting up his NP while also gaining some stars. Oh right, because Elementary My Dear adds Invincibility Pierce, meaning, yeah, you can't stop Sherlock no matter how much invincibility you have. If I talk more practically, Sherlock is a very niche servant, intended as a silver bullet against enemies who like to spam invincibility, of which there have been a handful to be fair, but it doesn't come up very often. Having him as a last stand servant to solo is pretty much me just really liking to use him.
緊張感、お客様の笑顔、そしてモーニングアマゾネス CEO スターが肉をえぐる手応え。
An order of weapons. Oh dang, Lakshmi Bai is on cooldown. Guess I could put Jason here. Saber Kosai and Abigail quite yet, so we'll stick to Jason. And Jason and Hakosai should be our main MVPs here. Celtic soldier who only ever orders spears. Might as well use a Kosai, see if I can't get her NP up. Might as well give Atlante Altar a bit of time here. Here we go, Jason. Time for you to show off just what you can do, even without support. Dang. Missed an 80%. The customer is demonic within. Caster, eh? What number is this? 22, eh? Castergill, Sheba, and guess Abby is good for killer. That's just too many Abby cards. Can I get Castergill or Sheba? Okay, Castergill is sufficient, I guess.
今日はオフだというのにまったく
悪くないいけない子だわ
Goblin wants a redelivery. Where Jaguar wants a redelivery.
繁盛繁盛シャラララ
できる男の余裕というやつよ。今日はオフだというのにまったくボトルで王の給仕シャンパンタワーの用意だ矢を構えよ俺が許す至高の財をもってウルクの守りを見せるがいい手本を見せてやろう祭りだ
Castergill's a bit weak, but he gets a buff soon, so he should be fine. I don't think he even needed a buff, we're completely honest, but I guess that wasn't the reason. That wasn't the point. The point was they felt it had been too long since one of the guilds got a buff and they wanted to fix that.
どうぞまたごひいきに
And while mine did fall a bit short here, I must remind that my Castergill is only NP1, so he's inherently a little weak. Here. An order of Halloween goods. Arash and Chloe. Ooh. Don't know who else I can really use here. Guess I can bring Kentucky since I can't exact. It's not like I have much use for, since I already have others here. Actually, I probably should have brought Nightingale if we're completely honest. I guess it doesn't really matter too much, though. Skeleton Soldier anticipating Halloween. Ghost anticipating Halloween. Oh my, crit, not bad. Oh god. Yeah, the thing's gonna die from whatever hits it first, so might as well make sure Chloe's the first one. Night anticipating Halloween. Let's see, overcharge on triple crane wings again. Yeah, golden drive. This way Stella gets the full 300% charge, which will actually do a lot to increase its damage. Not too much damage, but it doesn't matter. That's more than enough to make sure that Stella 300%. Let's see what it does here. Sheesh, almost 80k per.
ちょっと疲れちゃった魔力供給
Dang.
お願いねマスター
Delivery of the Japanese sake. Actually, is there any sabers needed? Nope, there's no sabers coming up for a while, so I can use Nightingale here. There's an archer, however, so I do need to, Nightingale. Scotty. Before I do this, however... Yeah, there are no assassins for a while, so... I can definitely use Sieg here. Just to fill the team, because I need a minimum of 3. I kinda hope they eventually allow dropping it to do proper solos, but I guess it's not a huge deal, it's just kind of a hassle, you know?
どれだけ戦えるかは不明だが考えても仕方ない。なるほど。ああ、なるほど。そこだ。我が英雄よ、力をお借りする。
痛くはありません。注入痛くはありません。そこ。どうぞ。
This isn't ordering even more rare items. Oni ordering even more rare items.
Nanda? 命令。ささやかに。こうだ。許す。
Dang, hit the lower percent, missed higher percent. Can I re-roll this and get some more Nightingale cards? Evidently not. I honestly think this will be more than enough, though. Nightingale has a few things held back to prevent her from synergizing too well with Scotty, but she's got a lot of good stuff going for her still. Yeah, see? Oh, excellent. More bones, more welcome. Dang, I need more sabers. Fine, I'll bring her with the original Tam Lancer and Kagatora. This is unfortunately the last one I'll be able to do tonight. Oh wow, that is a very annoying... Well, I guess it's not like anything here is especially threatening, so... Roam, roam, roam.
我が義を見よ。
Will you stop focusing Tamacat?
優雅に決めましたもん。コンコットぶっちぎりコンコット
She gets this crit, it's over. Yep. This is truly a Roman receipt. Oh, you dick.
実はここ眠ってきたのである。全力で行くぞ。これが手加減だ。
What's Kagatora's overcharge effect? Decrease critical rate. I probably want to do Kagatora's first because Tamacat's overcharge is more healing, and as we can see, she'd really appreciate more healing.
オイル塗ってくださいます？
Alright.
我が宿は腐敗の先人。
決めましたもん。
皆正体を見失う。
長尾影虎水産行くぞ。
Dang, he guarded against it, but that's all the more reason I'm glad I gave the overcharge to Tamcat here.
Good morning. 参ります。
4,000, yeah, see how much nicer that is? Ah, Tamcat Brave, Buster Brave Chain. It does suck that I have to give up basically all my crit stars to do this, but a Berserker Brave Mage. Yeah, look at that.
あれは嘘だ。
Yeah, 6,000.
いいです。我が義を見よ。吹き飛べ。
Sheesh, he really hated Tamcat, didn't he? I guess he must have been all you, I am through with you.
我が押してまいる。我が義を見よ。
Kagatora, see if you can finish things here. Yeah, Roma, you have to hand it to him. Romulus saw who the clear threat on the enemy team was and went for it. Okay, good. Stunned him. I guess I can do a Brave Chain with Tam Lancer here, so I can do 2 NPs against him if it doesn't work. There we go. Pretty sure whoever NPs first is gonna win, so let's do it.
ジャッジメントの時間。
そうか。いざ参る。
言い逃れは聞きませんよ。浮気移り気で近く狐はまるっとお見通し。いざ浮き上がる。よけがさ上演一瞬。ではでは泳ぎに参りましょう。マスター。
Excellent. 25 deliveries of the extreme.
COI は出会った瞬間に相手がモンスタークレーマーかどうかを見抜く。ゆえに先手必勝だ。
There we are. Let's take a look while we're here.
居心地が良すぎるというのも考えものだな。
Well, since I can go full power here, See if I can find a Merlin. Because I do need the on-demand invincibility. And boss killers. I was gonna go with a Lancer, but at this point I need someone NP5 and someone who is strong. Funny enough, I actually think Jason or a Nightingale may be ideal for this. Well, let's go with Nightingale here. I'm gonna go with Plug Suit here. Alright. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna beat this challenge quest to call it a night. In fact, I may just command seal it if we're completely honest. I hope that isn't disappointing to you guys, but sometimes that's just how it goes. Alright, Nightingale, we're gonna take on a challenge quest together. Alright, let's see how Santa Nightingale works here.
電気を確認しよ
Time to kick off the Alliance training. Training, more training. Amazon's delivery service. Dreamlike charisma. Child of Apollo.
これを試させる
古きルーンベル高らかになれ
I can't debuff them, but I can at least buff myself to new heights. Best I can do for now. Guess this is the best I can do for now.
疾病負傷地上の害すべてを許さず参ります
Merry Christmas. Oh boy. I think that might have been less damage than Karna, but then again, Karna has had a lot of buffs, so I guess it makes sense he'd be strong. Dang, they really hated him, didn't they?
Oya,
投薬します注入します
切り込む
生活に一辺たりともアレスの血をイノベーションを羽
Oh, you know what? I bet they're programmed to go after males first. That's why they're ignoring Scotty and Nightingale. Well, interesting.
Sate, counting over.
痛くはありませんよ。なんだって？
おや、行くかい？
どうぞ
もろいもろい。
切り込む。
ブラッシュアップが必要だ。どれにしようかな。
Gonna have to use this on himself because I don't think he's gonna live otherwise. Actually, if we're honest, I don't think he's gonna live even with it, so, stun.
パートを痛くはありません。毒あるものを拭い去る。害あるものを打ち砕く。どうぞ。投薬。殺菌滅菌。
Oh, come on, really? Yeah, this isn't good enough, unfortunately. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I could use Abby, but the problem is I don't think Abby is especially... all that... I don't think Abby can take out 2 enemies very quickly. The NPs will run out too fast. That's why I'm trying to AoE it. And they're not males, so Tam Lancer isn't going to be particularly good against them. I can't use Jason because he's a Greek male. Well, I guess I can try Tama Cat. In that case, I should probably move to a more defense-focused, yeah, I want to focus more on defense and support here. Alright, they're gonna go after Asipolis first, since he's, time to kick off the Alliance train. Train, more train. Sadly, I can't remove the debuffs. Alright, Asipolis is gonna die first, so we need to make sure you get his done at all costs here. Time to piss off Hades. You know, part of me really is wondering if I should get Berserker or Nightingale from the season. Ooh, yeah. Alright, they're gonna focus Merlin. Garden of Avalon.
Good morning.
Ooh.
ネゴシエーションを行
どれにしようかな。
最高のカードを
なんだと？
よかろう。おうさ。
ささやかブラッシュアップが必
There
要
was a
だ。
cautious strike decisive. Remove all buffs. Oh balls.
伝票を確認しよ
ゲルダの涙よ、心を溶かせ。
お待たせしたな。これが答えだ。
いいだろう。少しばかり誇張して書いてやる。ゲルダの涙よ、心を溶かせ。さ
う。なんだと？
They're gonna focus Hans, and there's not much I can do about that, I'm afraid.
立っていられるか。サインかハンコをお願いします。潰れ
Oh, so they don't focus males like I thought they would. Interesting.
バカすなわちら全力で行くぞ。これが手加減だ。
まあいいだろう。高級を満たし皆正体。
よかろ
我が名に紐付けられし
Gate
力。
of Sky.
我が声に応えて
Answer
門を
me.
開く。
Open the gates.
来たれ我が
Come
死
my castle of shadow.
影の城。ゲートオブスカイ。
というわけで皆殺しだよ。三々日光を昼休みしてびっくり。お客様 Good morning。 生すらで
このパワフルな配達例をご覧ください。クリック一つで銀河のどこを迅速配達。頼もしい権威で荷物を守ります。Amazon.com ならね。
Dang, that saved my rear end.
こういうこともできる。どれにしようかな。
もう締め切りか。
玉も地獄をお見せしよ
なんだと？
ではお前の人生を書くタイトルは
Oh, I made the pen
そうメルヘンマイだ。
というわけで皆殺しだよ。三々日光お昼休み
Overgauge. Fortunately, the stun went through this time. I had no way to negate it.
もろいもろい。
I'm getting worked up. Thanks to the wolves.
伝票を確認しよう。くだらない。
古きルーム。
いいぞ。
命令なんだと？
つまらん。
どうかな？不立ちの骨だ。ネゴシエーションを行う。
Well, there goes Hans. And there goes Scotty. Oh dear. She is immune to debuffs. That is going to be a problem for me.
常に別の可能性始める
If I can take out even just one, that will make this a lot easier. Berserkers, for lack of a term, resist other berserkers. They only take 1.5 times regular damage instead of 2 times like usual. Kill. Go after her. Oh yeah, this is over. Oh balls, of course it runs out now. And they're both immune, so I can't exactly do anything about it.
常に別の可能性
All I have to do is hope I crit. Oh, come on. How do you miss every single one?
実に興味深い
Yeah, there's nothing I can do to stop it now.
クリック一つ銀河のどこでも迅速配達。頼もしい筋肉が荷物を守ります。
Do I want to use my command spell and try again? Strictly speaking, Amazona's CEO is almost dead, so... And once one of them is down, the other will be significantly easier. Yes. Let's finish it. Not the most glamorous way to win, but it gets the job done.
ハッピーエンドの話をしよう
皆正体を見失う。
足りないこの程度がせいぜいだ
Debuff immune.
星の宇宙物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者のに通るがいいガーデン・オブ・アバロン
というわけで港の手段は
If I take out Amazon's CEO, I've pretty much won. I just need to... not sufficient.
電気を確認しよう。
Expected.
Relax.
Relax. The whole team has invincibility, so I should be fine here. I've been really unlucky with crits in this fight. I guess I was lucky in the regular battles so much they figure, nah, RNG is coming to collect. Gonna have to do this because I think Merlin's not gonna last much longer.
リラックスリラックス。おや、行くかい？切り込む。
There we are.
ブラッシュアップが必要だ。アレスの血を
There goes Scotty. CEO's relief supplies.
いいだろう。少しばかり誇張して書いてやる。ゲルダの涙よ、心を溶かせ。もう締め切りか。仕方ない。
Oh crap, I
ではお前の人生を書くタイトルはそうメルヘンマイだ。
というわけで南の時代は三々日光昼休み7時くらい
I'd hope if she went after Hans, but I doubt she will. 75,000, like crap. There goes Merlin. And there it goes. Clicked NP seal and gained C stars.
常に別の可能性。 そうか、構わないんだね。面白い。初歩的なことだ、トム。エレメンタルマイピア。なるほど。面白い。実に興味深い。
アレスの血を
Oh, invincibility pierce. A disappointing ending, but the event lasts plenty long. I'll be able to beat it eventually. I really need to learn not to go all in on something that's clearly not working. I had the same problem in Sekiro. This is archers, but do I even have enough? No, I do not even have enough for one more party. Unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. Alright, well, until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.